Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Pretty good start for all. Showing some pace is Hot Rod Lincoln with Oliver with a twist. March Madness Party joins the leader line. Far outside is Bench Walk. Mo Danson's fifth along the inside. Colton goes to his outside, then Stablemate. 8 weeks long, and at the back of the pack is late running a Macho Real. Hot Rod Lincoln gunning for that top spot. Oliver with a twist is up close with March Madness Party. Mo Danson vies for the fourth spot. He's along the inside of Bench Walk. 8 weeks long's in the clear, a little less than 5 off the lead, almost half a length or so to Colton Goes, biding his time. Second last, Macho Real content to be the early trailer. At the 5/8, Hot Rod Lincoln with a 25-second opening quarter leads by more than a length to March Madness Party. Bench Walk's eager to go and tackle his stablemate in the clear, 3 deep. Oliver with a twist saves ground. Mo Danson from between runners, 8 weeks long in the clear, 3 deep, and he's 3 lengths from the front, and he's about 3 lengths from his stablemate Colton Goes, who's picking up his best stride. Nothing yet from Macho Real. And here's a Bench Walk. Bench Walk tells Hot Rod Lincoln, don't worry, buddy. I got your back. I'll pick it up midway through the turn. Mo Danson and 8 weeks longer closing in together, and Colton Goes is striding into the fourth spot. Bench Walk, Mo Danson, 8 weeks long. Colton Goes. These are the top 4 at the top of the lane, and it's Bench Walk with the lead. He comes under left-handed urging. Did he move too soon? He still looks good at the 8th pole. 8 weeks long, Colton Goes. Mo Danson pursue Bench Walk. Cruise, he was very ambitious, an eager move, and it's Bench Walk, and Bench Walk is in cruise control and deep stretch, and he wins from 8 weeks long. Colton Goes, and Mo Danson checked in fourth. Race 1 is official. 1A653, top 4 finishers. That 1-6 exacta $27, 165 trifecta $10.70. 1-6-5-3. And there they go, stumbling a start for a Major Spin, but he's right there with them. In fact, they're all across the racetrack. Last Minute Mario, Major Spin. Also there, Knight of the Crown. Dr. Surfolio's pushing 4 wide. Mass Appeals pressing 5 deep. Tuck a Buck Away decides to ease off the pace battle. A late runner, content to be the last of 6. Major Spin and Last Minute Mario vie for the top spot. Knight of the Crown with a nice tracking trip in the clear, 3 deep, cutting into the top 2. Here he is making his move. Knight of the Crown, 3 wide with momentum to tackle both Major Spin and Last Minute Mario. It's a break of nearly 5 lengths to Tuck a Buck Away, who's gathering momentum from the 4th spot, and he's closing in. Knight of the Crown, Major Spin. They get away from Last Minute Mario. Tuck a Buck Away continues to progress from the outside. Knight of the Crown, Major Spin shaken up with left-handed urging. Knight of the Crown, a narrow lead. Tuck a Buck Away gets within a length and a half past the 8th pole. Knight of the Crown, 7-1 on the board. Kicking clear. Knight of the Crown. Give him 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 for Knight of the Crown. Tuck a Buck Away was second, then Major. Race 2 is official. 3-7-2-4, top 4 finishers. The And there they go. Out for the lead with lasting speed. A Special Pal's up close. Here's Ruby's Mission striding into third from the rail. Rose in the Sky comes away in fourth from the far outside. Embraceable Gal and Joyful Departure share the back spot. The lone mare with lasting speed is the speed. She leads by better than 2 lengths to Special Pal outside of Ruby's Mission. 3 lengths to Rose in the Sky, more than 5 off the lead heading into the turn. A good 2.5 or so to Embraceable Gal and Joyful Departure. With lasting speed, with that 22 4/5 opening quarter, she has the lead. But here comes Special Pal. Special Pal gets within a length and a half at the quarter pole. Ruby's Mission is third, then Rose in the Sky. Embraceable Gal not really doing much running to this point. At the back there is Joyful Departure. With lasting speed, keeps her lead. Special Pal has a furlong to try and come and get her. John Davila Jr. is trying to shake her up with that left-handed urging. And here comes Special Pal. Special Pal looks like she has the momentum outside of With Lasting Speed. Here's Special Pal. With Lasting Speed ran just as good as last time. And she finished about a half to $12.87. 10 cents super, a 5412, $3.70. Fourth race offers a double and a pick outside. Ready for the race. And there they go. Victory Built is trying to show good speed from the inside, and he will pick up the pace. Also there, Boss Ship and Devil or Angel. Massey Hall's in a somewhat of a tight spot. Noble Journey, very versatile, gets to oversee the affair from the far outside. Convertible Freeze is second last, and Trap the Dream is the early trailer. He's a late runner, and there is pace on as 4 of them scrimmage. Victory Built, also there, Devil or Angel, Noble Journey from the far outside. Boss Ship's back to fourth. Massey Hall, a tight spot for him, been a troubled opening quarter. Convertible Freeze tries to pick up his pace with Trap the Dream. They are the last two. 22 4/5. Here comes Noble Journey. Noble Journey up close to the soft pace, and he hooks Victory Built. And they build up better than 3.5 to Convertible Freeze. Devil or Angel, Massey Hall now gets to stretch his legs. Far outside is Trap the Dream. 3/16 from the line. Noble Journey and Victory Built. And plenty of pursuers, including Massey Hall, Convertible Freeze, Devil or Angel, and Trap the Dream to the far outside. Here's Noble Journey striking the front at the 16th, and he kicks for the wire. Trap the Dream, a late player to the outside. Noble Journey and Trap the Dream. Look like Noble Journey, but it got... And race 4 is in the books officially a 7-4-3-2. That double of 5-7 is worth $8.70. That's a Chris and John double. Ready for the 7 mares. And there they go, Investment Grade with a bunny hop at the start. Throwing Stones wins the start, and she has the lead. Here comes Investment Grade with a quick recovery. And Kateri Empire is also pushing from between gals. And Comfortable Cat's going to try to sit a trip from the 4th spot. And Kateri Empire, somewhat of a tight spot for her. She backs up into the 3rd position. So let's stick with these leading 3. It's Throwing Stones and Investment Grade. And Kateri Empire now secures a nice stalking trip with a little less than 2.5 to find at the 3/8. Maneuvered into the clear, and she's closing in gradually. Graphite Duchess vying for 4th with Comfortable Cat. They're 4 lengths from Throwing Stones at the quarter pole. Let's Mag a second last, and she races inside of Central Capital. Here comes Kateri Empire making her move after Throwing Stones. Throwing Stones and Kateri Empire. Investment Grade is 3rd from the inside, then Comfortable Cat. Final furlong to travel. Kateri Empire puts her head in front. Kateri Empire from Throwing Stones. Good race for 3rd. Let's Mag and Central Capital. Kateri Empire 6-1 on the board, and she wins going away from Throwing Stones. Central Capital 3rd. Checking in 4th was Let's Officially 6-2-5-3. The double 7-6, $35.40. 6-2 exacta, $45.20. 6-2-5 trifecta, $95. And there they go. Iron Horizon away a little slowly. 8 Sunset Drive really had to check sharply after the start. Iron Horizon, despite not the cleanest of beginnings, he claims the top spot. From Angelic Mission and Thundering March at the back of the pack, there is 8 Sunset Drive, and it's a little less than 7 lengths from first to last. Iron Horizon, he's the speed, and he leads by a length and a half to both Thundering March, and from his outside, Angelic Mission. Here's Angelic Mission making his move into second, getting within a length at the 3/8. 8 Sunset Drive, 5 lengths off the pace, and he's beginning his rally. Iron Horizon half a length. Angelic Mission comes with his run. Thundering March being pushed on from third. 8 Sunset Drive doesn't know if he wants to go to the outside or stay to the inside. Looks like he'll go to the far outside. Angelic Mission right alongside of Iron Horizon. Iron Horizon, Angelic Mission. Thundering March tries to come with his run to the far outside. Angelic Mission up to the front. Iron Horizon has fight. Thundering March trying to tag them both on the line, but it is Angelic Mission. Angelic Mission from Iron Horizon. Thundering March third. 8 Sunsets, 10 cents. 769 pick 3, $12.87. Seventh race will begin our late pick 3. 1 action. And there they go. Duck Pond Road is showing pace, not as quick as Smooth Tails and Sin and MBC. Lucky Manny's into the third spot, tracking nicely. Laubanimo strides into fourth. Then Red Fortress. Duck Pond Road settles off the pace. OK Game On and Runabout are the last two. Smooth Tails has the lead. Sin and MBC is pace partner. Laubanimo sharing third with Lucky Manny. Duck Pond Road's in the fifth spot. Here's Runabout with an eager move through the clubhouse turn, 4 wide, and he's making a move for third, and he's after the leaders. Runabout all the way up into third from the extreme outside, and I don't think he's stopping there. Runabout's going to go try to make the lead at the 5/8. Red Fortress is second last. OK Game On's at the back. Runabout 3 wide. Smooth Tails from the rail. Sin and MBC splits them. And Lucky Manny continues to vie with Laubanimo. They share fourth, and they're 2.5 off the leaders. Another length and a half or so to Duck Pond Road. 4 lengths to Red Fortress. Long ways back to OK Game On. They race to the 3/8. Smooth Tails. Runabout with that eager move through the clubhouse turn. He has sustained his charge. He's up to the front. Here comes Lucky Manny getting a nice trip, and he's launching his charge 4 wide. Lucky Manny to tackle Runabout, Smooth Tails, and Sin and MBC. In the meantime, Laubanimo continues to bide his time. Now he tips to the outside, and he's coming with his good run. They're at the top of the lane. Lucky Manny's up to the front. Lucky Manny gets the lead. Runabout still has some fight. Laubanimo tries to close in. Red Fortress trying to pick up his stride to the outside. Lucky Manny can't get away from Runabout. Laubanimo's pursuing. Then Red Fortress, Lucky Manny, and Runabout. Lucky Manny, Runabout. It's tight on the line. Very tight between 2 trifecta, $23.62. 10-cent super, 7324, $12.97. Couple daily double. And there they go. Crosstalk and Dosage of Mimosas both begin briskly. They vie for the top spot. Towering Gaze third with Mind of Gold and Ramon. A Sweet Invasion runs with them. Sabrine from the rail inside of In Traffic, and Twice Smitten is the last of 9, and Crosstalk utilizes the killer crossover. Makes the lead almost a length to Dosage of Mimosas. Ramon is up close from third. She's a little less than a length and a half off the lead, 3 deep. Mind of Gold is 2.5 or 3 from the pace heading into the turn. Sweet Invasion and Towering Gaze both have about 5 lengths to make up. Then go to In Traffic outside of Sabrine. Twice Smitten to the far outside. Dosage of Mimosas is up to the front from Crosstalk, and Ramon's being pushed on, trying to come and get both of them from the outside. Mind of Gold is fourth, and Sabrine's trying to launch her charge, saving ground every step of the way. She has momentum, but she has work to do. Dosage of Mimosas and Crosstalk. Ramon comes with her strong run. In behind the leading 3 is Mind of Gold covering Sabrine. In Traffic to the far outside. Dosage of Mimosas, Ramon. Dosage of Mimosas, a salty veteran mare. Her 18th career score. Ramon ran a good one, chasing her throughout. Third and fourth got double, $77. 10-8 exact and $90. 10-8-2 trifecta, $186. 10-8-2-7 10-cent super, $149.85. Riley B, a little fractious. And there they go. Remember Normandy, Destin Huffman, That's My Business. 3 hustle away from the gate. Riley B is 4th, 2-color map 5th, then Lorenzen. MCRR second last. Reunion Tours at the back. Pace on up front with Remember Normandy and Destin Huffman. Riley B tries to make a move for third. Currently held by the favorite, That's My Business. 2-color maps into the 2-path. He's in the 5th spot, and he's a little more than 3 off the lead. Outside of Lorenzen against the fence. Nearly 5 Reunion Tour racing with him. Towards that back marker is MZRR, so they race to the 5/8. Remember Normandy and Destin Huffman are 1-2. Riley B's third. That's by business with a clear path from the outside with the green silks. Lorenzen, somewhat of a tight spot. Lorenzen's muscling his way through into contention, and here he is. Lorenzen outside of Remember Normandy. That's my business. 3 wide. Riley B's fourth. 2-color map, 4 lengths to find, heading into the turn, then Reunion Tour. Destin Huffman's all done. Passed by MCRR. They're at the 3/8 and Lorenzen, and that's my business. Kick away from Remember Normandy, who went a little too quick too soon. Riley B's in fourth, but he's even pace. Likewise for 2-color map from his flank. Then MCRR and Reunion Tour stick with the top 2, because this is the real race up front. It's That's My Business and Lorenzen. That's My Business has the lead. Lorenzen is running a good one from his inside. That's My Business, the leader at the 8th pole. Lorenzen is second. Remember Normandy still fighting for third with 2-color map, Reunion Tour, and MCRR. That's My Business. Lorenzen's valiant from the inside. It's That's My Business and Lorenzen. That's My Business in the nightcap. Very game Lorenzen in defeat, then Reunion Tour. 2-color map for the Superfecta. A pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener at 1:15. 8 races, fast racetrack. Here are the changes. In the opener, 6 Royal Jubilee, 3 pounds over the weight. Race 1 begins the early double, the early pick 4. Second race will begin the early pick 3. No changes in race 2. Pick 6 starts in the third race. No carryover. $1 minimum wager. Traditional style pick 6. And overweight 7. Ida Denial. 1 pound over. On to the fourth race, beginning the pick 5. Scratches 1A and 2. Fighter Kite and Cashel Kitten. 1A, Fighter Kite, 2 Cashel Kitten, both scratch from the fourth. Late pick 4 gets underway in race 5. Scratch number 5, Profitability. Profitability out of the fifth. The 7 Holloway, 1 pound over. 8 That Works, a jockey change to Juan Diaz. The weight's good at 121. Juan Diaz, 8 That Works. The weight remains the same. Race 6 will begin our late pick 3. Scratches 7 and 8. My Little One and Vroom Vroom, 7 and 8 out of the 6th. Let's go to the 7th race. Ton of changes in the 7th. Scratch both halves of the entry. 1 and 1A, Cozando and English Laughter. Also scratching 3, Kodiak Brown, and 6, This Cat Can Fly. 1, 1A, 3, and 6, all out of the 7th. Number 7, Maseta, a jockey change to Cabercoa. 7th race begins the late double. And we go to the nightcap and scratch 10, Foot Traffic. 10, Foot Traffic out of our Wednesday nightcap. First post in about 41 minutes. 8 races, fast racetrack. Have a great Wednesday. Up next, Dave Mattis.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Finally getting a nice day out there today as the sun is out. Going to have a fast racetrack and 8 races today. Just a reminder, we do have a stakes race coming up It is the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. That'll be on Monday. That's the Philly Mare edition of the route race, a mile and a 16th. And none other than Gone and Forgotten going to be back in, as she's just been the top mare the last couple years in these stakes races. She will be the horse to beat in that race again. She's actually reaching Nikki Jean's status with the amount of wins she's having in these stakes races. But she's on a roll right now. There are a few good contenders in there. I think, what is it, Know It All Audrey, one for Little Oscar Barrera, bringing that one in. Looks very formidable in that spot as well. But that is the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. That'll be the feature race on Monday. Well, you're looking at the jockey standings lately. I mean, Emmanuel Di Diego on top of the rider standings. I mean, he's been on a roll. I think it was his 4 wins the other day. I think it was the last Wednesday that put him up there atop of the riders. Alcoa and DeVille are right behind him with 45. John DeVille is the only one with a multiple win day yesterday with the 2 wins, both for Chris Engelhart. So he's still riding well. And, you know, Andre Worry's not that far back. He's supposed to be back sometime in October. Hopefully he'll be back within the next couple weeks. Maybe he can make a run at the rider title as well. So it's going to get interesting here, as we only got a couple months left of the season, and we got a pretty good race for the top jockey. And keep an eye on that. Should be a lot of fun. Okay, 8 races today. 5,000 claimers, what we're going to start off with, a mile 70. Fillies and Mares, never won 3 condition. Man, there's a big drop in class with Keep My Eye on the Boys. Maybe the My Purple Ace stables of Chris Engel are giving up on this horse a little bit. I mean, she was coming off a very long layoff to start off the season. And I mean, she hadn't been running from July of 2021 all the way to May of 2023. So something must have went awry that they gave her the long break, and she just hasn't been the same horse since coming back. You would think, well, maybe she'll have a few races to round into shape and she'll get that form back, but she really hasn't. I mean, she's been somewhat competitive in those allowance races. I say somewhat because there was never a time where she was a threat to win any of them, but she's running okay. You think okay enough that she could beat 5,000 claimers. At least that's the thought process, especially these. I mean, the main threat is the one All Biz coming off a win, and she was supposed to win last time, and you would think that she would have won by a lot more, looking at how soft that field was. But Frankie Knows Best gave her a battle, and guess what? Frankie Knows Best made her look a little bit better, because Frankie Knows Best came back to win, and Frankie Knows Best looked good winning her next start. Obviously, All Biz was better than Frankie Knows Best, but is she good enough to be a big drop down, Keep My Eye on the Boys? That's the question, and pace flow might have a lot to do with it too, where there isn't a ton of speed. You got to figure Bonfire Diva would be the one who's more probably the controlling speed here. I just don't know if that one's good enough to win this race after stopping so badly the last 2. But with that said, you would think that Keep My Eye on the Boys is going to be close up with Bonfire Diva, who figures to be the speed. She gets first run, takes over. She may even open up a few lengths before All Biz gets going and try to make a run at her. And that could be the difference in the race. That's why I like Keep My Eye on the Boys with the drop in class. Quiet Horizon and Iova, well, they ran 2nd and 3rd together behind a runaway winner, Avid Sukanori. You could see something similar happening here. If Keep My Eye on the Boys runs her race, she's probably going to be a runaway winner. All Biz will probably close by the other ones that are getting tired. And then Quiet Horizon, Iova will probably be battling it out for 3rd and 4th. That is if Bonfire Diva stops badly enough. That's the complexion of the race. That's what it is. 3-1-5-2 in race number 1. Second race is a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of a mile 70. A little tougher to dope out in this race, but I mean, when you narrow it down, it does look like a horse like Dom's Last Call should be a little bit better than these. Got the feel of the racetrack, but you know, had the mishap the first start over the track where we had the jockey lose his rein and caused all the issues, and this horse came back and ran a good second after that mishap, and it was a drop down Sweet to Santa's that won the race. So it was still a good effort for Don's Last Call to run second behind a drop-down winner. Last race, turned back in distance to the sprint and broke poorly, and, maybe so much compromised by the slow break that she never got back into the race. It wasn't the strongest of races, but she stretches back out, and it's really tough to tell if she's better going long or short. It's taken her so long to break her maiden, but she was facing a lot tougher when she was at Parks. And she's had some excuses here. I mean, obviously the mishap with the broken rein, the other horse with the broken rein the first time, and then running into a drop-down winner, and then last time just not breaking. So she's had excuses in every start. No excuses today. She could get to the winner's circle, you would think. I mean, there is some horses that have some room to improve, and I would think the horse that has the highest ceiling and the most room to improve would be the 4, Barbara Spirit. She is stretching out for the first time, so at least she's doing something different where you know what to expect from some of these other rivals. I mean, Scouting Party, she ran third going a route, was a lackluster third because she controlled the pace. Alara is certainly a consistent horse, but she doesn't win. Frankie C, don't expect much from her. Cancel Captivity, at least she's back in the right spot. And Indian Penny, what kind of numbers she gets in a route. So you don't know really what to expect from Don's Last Call because she's had the excuses, and you don't really know what to expect from Barbara Spirit. Now, she does have some decent breeding for a route. It's not great route breeding, but decent. She should be able to get the distance. I mean, you look at the dam side, there is some route there. There's also, her only win was on the synthetic, so it's hard to gauge her. But she also showed some signs of life, closing some ground last time. Granted, it was a fast time or a good number, but at least she showed some signs of life. So I think the stretch out can help Barbara Spirit. Can't hurt. Alara will get her usual top 3 finish. I got her third. Not much to say about her. It's just that that's what she does. She doesn't like to win. She'll be in this maiden condition probably for a little while longer unless she gets the type of field that she can beat. She should be competitive here. If she gets the right kind of trip, one of these days she will break through. Scouting Party, I think, is a little bit short on the line looking at the numbers. I mean, Don's Last Call beat her when she was lone speed. So how could she be 5-2, Don's Last Call 3-1? It's kind of looking at it that way. She did finish ahead of Barbara Spirit in her last race in the sprint. Like I said, she has some speed in this race, but there's some other pace setters in here. I don't expect it to be that fast that she could be on that front line. But again, she did, a 49 and change that day and couldn't hold on. I don't know if I could take her as the favorite, but off of the recent form, she's got better form than most of them. It's hard to leave her out of the number as well. 6-4-2-3 in the second. Okay, third race, it goes the short distance of 5 furlongs. We got 2-year-olds. We got 2 2-year-old races today. This one for the fillies, and yeah, you got a few first-time starters. You got She's a Bernardini, who's had 3 starts. The thing with She's a Bernardini, and when you gauge from her, yes, she's gaining a little bit from getting the experience, but is it a case of she's just running into some really tough 2-year-old fillies with these conditions, and one of these times she's not going to get that type of rival? Maybe that's a possibility in this race. I mean, nobody's really that much of a standout. You look at her last race, the horse that beat her looked pretty good in victory. The race before, yeah, I mean, that horse was a monster. I mean, that horse, I don't know if she's going to run again this year, but that horse looked outstanding, and she ran second to a horse that could be a future stakes winner. Who knows? And then her first start was in New York on the turf going short. So, maybe it's just a case of her running against better competition. If she gets a field like this one and nobody really comes out and runs a time under a minute or something, she's going to be the winner just by default. And getting the experience doesn't hurt her. I don't know about drawing the rail today, but at least she's had inside posts the last 2. And she's run 2 good seconds behind 2 good-looking winners. So maybe today's her day. I got her on top. Now look at some of these firsters. The 2, Tamaki for Chris Progno. He's had a lot of success with the young horses in the past, especially for Chester and Mary Broman. They've had a lot of success. And then you got Linda Dixon Her and Hector have done really well with their young horses. She had a great year with the 2-year-olds last year. I like Tamaki for second. It's got some decent works, and I like the breeding on this horse as well. It's a half to Marachi one as a 2-year-old. I'm looking at the dam, though. Of course, it is only the second foal of that dam who was unraced. So she was a half to a multiple stakes winner. So the breeding is there. It does have some decent works for the first career start. Again, Chris Progno has had some first-time out winners, 3-year-olds and the young horses, the 2-year-olds in the past. So why not? I'll use her second. Dr. Gianelli out of Overdrive. This is second foal, the first to race out of that dam. More sprint breeding. So this one is expected to have a little bit of speed just looking at the breeding of this horse. But the works aren't really that quick. So not knowing what completely to expect from Dr. Gianelli, but I just know the trainer is really good with these types. And obviously Hector is the best as far as getting these young horses ready. The 3, Miami 2 for Carl Grusmark. He's had some success already with 2 first-time out winners as 2-year-olds. This one comes out of the She's a Bernardini race. It wasn't like she's that far behind She's a Bernardini. So she's got some room to improve. It's got a nice work since that race, working second best of that morning. Why not? And Carl's got another one that's coming from Kentucky in the other 2-year-old race. Scratch the 1A, Fighter Kite, and the 2, Casual Kitten in race number 4. I thought the scratch of the 2 was kind of the significant one, as he figured to be the speed. Now you got Escape Mission, who could be the pace from the outside, although 30 Oysters may try to be aggressive from the rail, adding blinkers. I was impressed by Tunnel Vision's maiden victory. Tunnel Vision, yes, kind of took advantage of the trip. Inside trips were good during that time. But the way this horse looked, it was almost like the race was never in doubt if you watch the race. It was like DeVille had a hold of this horse and just, when asked, just blew that field away. Now, I'm not sure why John DeVille's not on him again, but Tunnel Vision off of that race, it's got to be awfully tough here. Even though his first time against winners, it's not like it's winners allowance level winners. See if Jose Rojina can repeat that effort of Tunnel Vision and get to the winner's circle. Matt Doyle, might be up against it from a pace scenario. I mentioned Escape Mission might be the outside speed. They may slow it down a little bit here for 5.5, and Matt Doyle has had nothing but excuses since winning, breaking his maiden earlier this year. And he looked good the day he won, breaking that maiden. But he's had some troubled trips since then. Actually, the race on August 14th and August 28th were just horrible trips. As this horse had to check badly and ended up finishing 4th, but was flying late. Of course, so was the second place horse. Second place horse was probably much the best. That one had trouble in his next start and should have won his next start too. So 2 of them, Suppresso, I think the name of the horse is. Man, you talk about a bad luck horse. He should have won 2 in a row. And then last time at the 11-9 level, wasn't a great trip either. He was caught wide behind a horse that kind of got loose on the lead. So you don't know what to expect Matt Doyle because it's shorter distance, it's a shorter field, and you got to hope that the pace backs up to him. You still got to like him because if he gets a clean trip, could be his day. Escape Mission does look like the speed that may benefit the most from the scratch of Casual Kitten because there isn't a lot of speed in here. He did get mixed up in the pace last time, but then again, it's not like they went that fast. I mean, he's getting mixed up in these paces. I mean, he did break his maiden. He had to earn it with the Zucker race. I think that Zucker race, whatever, is still a maiden, but his first start against winners was at this level. He should have run better than what he did. It wasn't like they went that fast. But if he gets out there with an unpressured pace, it's going to be a big advantage for a horse like Escape Mission. And, sometimes that is all these horses need. If they're a length or 2 worse than a couple of the other ones, they still beat those other ones because of that tactical advantage. So I'm going with a 4, 5, 6. Why not? That race started the pick 5. 5th race starts the late pick 4. Scratch the 5 profitability. It's the other 2-year-old race. This one is for the boys. Goes the 5 furlongs. So we have the 2-year-old races, the Aspirant and Lady Figures, the stakes races on Monday. Today we got the maiden races. We'll see some more first-time starters, some young horses, and this one was a tough one. I mean, you kind of look at the works. You want to see some decent works. You also want to see good activity of the works leading up to the race, and also of course, you want to see that they paid a lot for the horse sometimes too. But I'm going to lean towards the horse on the rail, the 2 Enticing Prospect. Why not? It's got enticing in it. The dam is a half to a couple multiple stakes winner. And one of them was, if you remember, Mr. Windjammer. Some of our old timers can remember that one. You know, I've been here too long if I remember Mr. Windjammer. But it was a 4-time stakes winner here at Finger Lakes. Now, as talked about the steady works. I mean, back in June, this horse was working all along. Did have a nice bullet at 35-1. I mean, the works lately aren't as good, but they're okay. They only paid $5,000 for a weanling as this horse, but they resold as a yearling for $13,000, which is a good sign. And again, you don't have horses that are outstanding in here that are going to win stakes races in New York or something like that. That Enticing Prospect, I'm going to give the edge to it. And of course, he's 6-1 morning line. Didn't even think about the name when I picked him. Now I am. The 4 is a Bold Force. Well, he's had 2 career starts, been overmatched in both of them in Ellis Park. This is going to be a little bit easier, you would think, facing these maidens after running against the $50,000 maiden claiming maidens there. This has got to be easier spot. They paid $30,000 for this one as a yearling, and interesting breeding because it is a hard spun, and the dam is a photo. A couple of them that ran in England. One of them, Daddy Longlegs, was one of those Group 2 winners a couple times in England. Obviously, there's a little more turf in this horse than dirt. Be with some horses there, and of course you got hard spun. But it's still better breeding than any of the horses in this race. Didn't show anything in those races, but then again, those are a lot tougher 2-year-olds. It might just be better than these. Tricky Reed, going to use him second. The 6 horse is Bet the Palace. You may know what to expect from the horse. He ran good his first time out. He was 12-1. I don't know how much he's going to improve off of that race, but it was a good effort. The horse that beat him, Seminole Chief, ran okay. He did under a minute. I guess that's pretty good for our 2-year-olds. But he's 8 lengths beaten by that horse. So I don't know what else was behind him as far as how good the rest of them were. But any improvement, you got to think, at least from that decent effort, he could be in the top 3 against these. Another interesting one is the 8, That Works, for Michael S. Ferraro. This is the first foal out of that dam. Was a half to a graded stakes winner. The dam was. That was a route, though. There's more route breeding on that dam side, and some decent works. One interesting thing is they did add a change of jockey, and I think Perez might be off his mounts today, but they put an apprentice rider on. Obviously, you got to declare the weight at entry time, so they're not going to get the weight advantage with an apprentice rider. The 6th race scratched the 7 and the 8. It was 11-9 claimer, going 6 furlongs. Maiden claimer. I'm going to go with the 5 Northway. I'm a little concerned about the pace scenario because it doesn't look like Northway's got too much for early speed, but then I look at who the speed is. The speed looks to come from the 6, Journey of 5, unless this 9 horse has some speed, a first-time starter, which could very well have. But Journey of 5 has been stopping, so you would think that might be enough of a pace for a horse like Northway to close ground. Because, at 6 furlongs, she looks like she's going to be further out of it. She's been going longer distances, but against much tougher competition, though. She got caught wide in her last race. Very well bred. They're going to try taking blinkers off. Hopefully that works. You don't usually like, that's one of the things I don't like is, you drop in class and then you do an equipment change. So then you don't know, was it the drop in class just facing the easier competition that the horse won, or was it the equipment change? I like to see the equipment change staying at the same level, and that's the reason. I also don't like equipment change off of a victory. They used to not be a thing. But it makes it a little trickier. But, the races without the blinkers are just as good as the races with the blinkers, so maybe that equipment change will help here. This was out of a multiple stakes winner. And Northway's a half to Tis Time to Shine, who won the Aspirant Stakes here. That's our 2-year-old stakes race back in 2014. It's got a couple of races on her form that are good enough to win here, including that third-place finish in the slop at Saratoga. Why not? I mean, it doesn't look like – I mean, you got some drop-downs, but horses that have needed to drop. It's not like there's horses that are finishing second and against the special weights and dropping to the 11 and 9s. There's these horses that need to drop to the 11 and 9, and Northway's drop might be good enough to win here. The 9-horse Queen of Tuscanova is an interesting firster. I normally don't like first-time starters when it's maiden claimers. The thought process is, I mean, you've heard me say this over the years, but the thought process is if you like your horse as a first-time starter, why don't you try for the bigger purse in the special weight? Well, I like it a little more when they're non-New York breds, but this one's a New York bred, so they're going for the smaller purse here. But sometimes these trainers are really sharp, and they just know where to spot them, and this might be the spot for Queen of Tuscanova. Does show a bullet on July 6th. This is the first foal of the dam. That's a half to Dr. Shane, who won the New York Futurity here back in 2015. Some good breeding, decent works. Just in for a maiden claimer. Why not? There isn't much else in here. I'm going to use her second. The 3 is Sassy Tallahassee. Drops back to 11 and 9. When she last ran for this price, she ran second behind. She's an Arctic Queen who was tons of best. That one was too good for that 11-9 field. Other than that, it wasn't that strong of an 11-9 field, but neither is this one. It's not like she's that badly beaten against special weights. It's just taken her a long time to get through that condition. So maybe 11 and 9 is a good fit here for Sassy Tallahassee, and with the right kind of trip, she can win. Our First Lady takes the drop in class. Not good form the last 2, but she does have a race back on July 18th against special weights where she's only beaten 5 lengths by Maddie Surprise, who shook loose, had an easy lead in there. That race might be good enough to put her right there against these horses. So I'm going to go with a 5-9-3-4 in the 6th. Well, the 7th race changes drastically as we scratch the 1 Kazando, 1A English Laughter. So both parts of the 1 entry are out. The 3 Kodiak Brown, figured to be tough in there. And the 6, This Cat Can Fly, also figured to be a player in this race. Really narrows it down. Now, you know I like Mandatory Payout. I like the horse the last 2. He just can't get out of the gate. And, you know, a race like this without a lot of pace in it, I think he's going to have to get out of the gate a little better than what he has. And, you know, sometimes you can't anticipate horses getting left. You usually say, well, he got off bad last time. You got to like him today. If he breaks, he's going to win. Problem with the horse like Mandatory Payout is he's broken poorly every time this year. So it's almost like you got to handicap the race with Mandatory Payout breaking poorly. Can he still win with the slow break? That's how you have to handicap it. Well, the problem is it's a smaller field now, and there's not a lot of pace because of it. You got 5 horses left, and you only got 2 possible speeds, maybe 3. I mean, I thought Feudal could be one that could be out there on the lead with Meseta. Meseta also showing some early speed in route races when running for 5,000. But Feudal is inside that one, so at least he can be up there with the early pace. And 15-1 morning line. Well, I mean, I guess that's with before the scratches. I don't think he'll go off 15-1, but probably Mandatory Payout's going to be the favorite. But that's one of those favorites where tread very lightly. Trust me. Know that the horse is going to break slow when you're betting him, and you like him anyway if he can overcome that. And maybe he can, because, like I said, I liked him the last 2, even though knowing he'd break bad, because I liked him back in August on the 23rd, and he should have won. I mean, even with the bad break, he should have won. He just got some other trouble in the race, getting caught behind horses with some traffic problems, or he would have beaten Kingfish and Sneeds in that race. Well, he came back with another slow break and just caught an easy bunch and won. A little tougher today, but with the scratches, not that much tougher, that he's a strong player. But again, tread lightly and know that he gets off slowly. The 5 Travista is another one that's a late runner, and keep in mind, not a lot of speed. You got Feudal and Meseta. Of course, Flat Bill won't be that far behind them either. He's got some tactical speed, but I wouldn't expect a fast pace. 49 and change probably, maybe 50. because it is a mile and a 16th for these 5,000 claimers. I expect 50. That's an honest pace for the 5,000s. That's a little slower. That might be tougher for horses like Trivista, who was a beaten favorite last time for 5. A little over bet favorite. But horse could be tough in here. I just don't like the pace scenario for him. So the shorter fields makes it difficult. 8th race is the last. Got 8 of them on the card. Scratch the 10, Foot Traffic. They got a couple drop downs in here, and it's tough to ignore them. I mean, you got Jackson Bay. You know, he's had 11 starts, so the horse has had a lot of chances, and now the form has gone awry. So is it too late to drop to 5? That's the big question. And the other question is going to be the distance, because he's cutting back big time to 6 furlongs. And so is Looking Grand, the other horse that's dropping from maiden special weight. And, you know, I got them both in the top 4. I just think Jackson Bay's, the races he comes out of are just simply way better than this competition. It is not a very good $5,000 maiden that Jackson Bay, if he can get the distance on the cutback, he's probably going to have some ground to make up. He can win here. One for my brother, ran 5.5 last time. He's got some tactical speed that he's right there. Again, that wasn't the strongest of fields, but neither is this one. That a repeat of that performance obviously puts him right there. He's a logical horse, and he's 5-1 morning line. The one, Noah's Destiny, yeah, I mean, hard to leave him out. Since dropping to 5 3 races back, he's been no worse than 4th. And the other drop down's an interesting one, that's 11, Looking Grand. Kind of like Jackson Bay. I mean, this horse has been running routes, was running competitively against special weight in the routes. Then the last 2 races haven't been as good, and now he drops to 5. I don't like the post on Looking Grand, but same kind of move as Jackson Bay. So if I like Jackson Bay, I kind of got to use Looking Grand in there as well. That's my picks for today. Enjoy today's racing. It is the last day of the racing week here at Finger Lakes. We are going to be dark the next few days. Next live racing day is going to be Monday. We have a stakes race coming up on Monday, the $50,000 Jack Better Be Right Stakes that features Gone and Forgotten, the top mare on the grounds the last couple of years. See if that one can do it again. That'll take place on Monday with a 1:15 first post. I'll see you then.
Coming onto the track for the Wednesday opener, 1 mile and 70 yards. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races. $5,000 claimer, 6 Royal Jubilee, 3 pounds over. Here's the group. 1 is All Biz, Jackie Davis. 2 Iova, Joel Cruz. 3 Keep My Eye on the Boys, John Davila Jr., the big favorite, 4 to 5. 4 is Bonfire Diva, Rafael Rohina Jr. 5 is Quiet Horizon, Heeman Harkey. And the 6 is Royal Jubilee, Stephen Frett, once again 3 pounds over. Fast Racetrack, 8 races. Race 1 starts the early double, the early pick 4. Our Wednesday opener in a little more than 4 minutes. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Race 1 with a field of 6 fillies and mares. Obviously, you have to deal with the 3. Keep My Eye on the Boys, the big favorite at 4 to 5, taking a substantial class drop out of the allowance ranks into this 5,000. Now winners of 3 lifetime. Little Captain Obvious for my liking. I'll make her my second pick. How about the 5 Quiet Horizon? I was on her on the 9th of August. She ran well that day. No match to Avid Sukanori, who ran a hole in the wind that afternoon, but she did outrun her odds of, well, 5 to 1. I guess she was expected to run fairly well. She did take a lot of money in the concluding stages of the wagering. Regressed on the 30th of August. Got into contention at the top of the lane, but couldn't sustain her run. A little deep throughout. The fact that I picked her on the 9th of August, I'm going to come back with her again. Both of her career wins have been around added real estate. So I think she fits nicely at this level and the distance. And the favorite is on a big class drop who hasn't got to the winner's circle this season. In fact, hasn't been to the winner's circle since 2021. Keep My Eye on the Boys. We'll move forward with the analysis to the favorite. You know, she was pretty awesome the day she did win back in late May in 2021, winning by over 15 lengths against the allowance non-winners of 2 lifetime. Nothing close to that race since. She was away for just about 2 years, a little shy of 2 years. She's had 7 starts this season, and now she's dropping all the way to the bottom. Obviously, her best races make this field playing for second, but we shall see. Short price for a gal who hasn't been in the winner's circle in quite some time. 2 Iova's been chasing this non-winners of 3 lifetime for many years. She is stuck on this 2 career scores, lots of seconds and lots of thirds. That has made her earn just under $100,000. One of these days she will break through. At least if it's today, you will get rewarded. She's currently 12 to 1. The 1 All Biz seems to make sense. She enters this one on a positive note. Her last 4 races have been much improved. Second by a nose 4-back. A good third to Guidance. A good second to Ruxton Rocks, who looked really good winning that particular day. Ruxton Rocks has come back and got into the winner's circle again. All Biz defeated a return winner named Frankie Knows Best, so I guess that validates her 6th of September performance. You know, this is a filly that once upon a time was racing against much better, and she seems to have found a home for this 5,000 level. She gets a nice inside post, and that girl Jackie Davis, 5-3-2-1 for me in our Wednesday opener. About a minute until the opener. It's post time for the Wednesday opener. 4 to 5-3, keep my eye on the boys. 8 to 5, number 1, All Biz. Six fillies and mares to kickstart this Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 8 races, fast track this afternoon. All Biz looking for 2 in a row. Iova looking for that elusive third career victory. Been stuck in this condition for quite some time. There's Keep My Eye on the Boys, the big favorite with a big class drop this afternoon. She hasn't been at the winner's circle since that powerful score back in late May of 2021. There's Bonfire Diva, Quiet Horizon for Joe Cabrera, and then Eddie Maver's Royal Jubilee. Royal Jubilee will be the last of 6. She's the lone 3-year-old filly, ready for the opener. And there they go. Slow start for Keep My Eye on the Boys. Bonfire Diva gets the best start, and they are crawling immediately out of the starting gate. Iova from the inside, then Keep My Eye on the Boys. Royal Jubilee outside of Quiet Horizon. All Biz from the rail. Iova trying to pick it up from Bonfire Diva. Keep My Eye on the Boys up close from third. Royal Jubilee's in the 4th spot with All Biz, and Quiet Horizon's content to be at the back. Not a lot of pace on. Bonfire Diva with the lead from Iova. Keep My Eye on the Boys forwardly positioned to this soft pace. 25-4 that opening quarter. You could tell they were walking ASAP out of the starting gate. Royal Jubilee's a little more than 4 off the lead at the 5/8. All Biz 4.5 from the front, and it's a length to Quiet Horizon. Bonfire Diva allowed to control this pedestrian-like tempo. Leads by better than 2.5 to Iova. There's Royal Jubilee with an aggressive move to the far outside, covering Keep My Eye on the Boys. All Biz is a little less than 4 off the lead, joined by Quiet Horizon. They bunch up, and they have to quicken from here the half, and 51-3. Iova from the rail to tackle Bonfire Diva. Royal Jubilee 3 wide. All Biz gets a little closer inside of Keep My Eye on the Boys, and Quiet Horizon's trying to begin a bid, but she is at the mercy of this soft pace, which favors Bonfire Diva. Bonfire Diva has the lead. Royal Jubilee is second. Quiet Horizon trying to sustain her charge to the far outside. Iova still there from the rail. Keep My Eye on the Boys, and she's maneuvered to the extreme outside, trying to come with her run up the rail. All Biz. Here's Quiet Horizon at 20-1. Keep My Eye on the Boys to the outside. Quiet Horizon, Keep My Eye on the Boys. All Biz up the rail. All Biz and Keep My Eye on the Boys. All Biz. All Biz from Keep My Eye on the Boys. Quiet Horizon gave us a thrill at 20-1. Could only manage third. 4th place, Iova. Well, sometimes that happens here at Finger Lakes. No matter how slow they go early, somebody's going to win from off the pace. Bonfire Diva's last, Royal Jubilee second last. They were pretty close to that pace. Boy, Quiet Horizon at a big number gave us a thrill to the 8th pole. Here's All Biz with that ground-saving journey. Keep My Eye on the Boys to the far outside. 148 and 11/100ths, the final running time from our Wednesday opener. All Biz for 2 in a row. 4-year-old Abe filly by Fed Biz out of the Adam Cats Golden Ways. Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro are the winning owners. Linda's the winning trainer, the winning jockey. That girl, Jackie Davis. 1352. The numbers posted 1352. And the openers in the books: 1-3 exacta $13, 1-3-5 a trifecta $11.20, 1-3-5 10-cent super $4.57. Our second race is clear of change. It begins the early pick 3, race 2 in about 24 minutes at 147.
12 minutes to post for race number 2, and All Biz getting a nice trip up the rail for Jackie Davis. Looked like a 2-horse race and turned out to be those two, and All Biz getting a little better of the trips as Keep My Eye on the Boys encountered some trouble before the turn. But so you got the little better of the price of the two with All Biz. Went off at odds of 5-2. Good price to start off your early pick 4. 5,000 maiden claimer is the second. Goes the distance of a mile 70. The 6 Don's last call, probably going to be the favorite here. Right now, a short price favorite at odds of even money. Last time that she went long was a route race. She ran second to a drop-down winner in Sweet DeSantis, and that was after a little bit of a stumble at the start. She's had a little bit of issues at the start. Her last start was in a sprint race, and she didn't break at all and never was really in it after that. So she stretches back out to the route, and of course, she had that mishap back on August 15th where another horse had lost the reins. But, on her best, if she can repeat that August 30th race, seems like she has an edge on this field. She's at odds of 6-5. The 4 is Barbara Spirit. She's got some room to improve off of 3 sprint races. She's out of Yes, It's Barbara, whose only win was on the synthetic surface, and it does seem like it's not the strongest of breeding to go long, but there is some route in there. So Barbara Spirit, off of a 3rd-place finish, she did pick up her stride last time and ended up running 3rd, only beating a couple lengths against similar competition. So if you get one horse in here that's got some room to improve, it's this one, because you know what to expect from everybody else. The 2 horse is Alara. One thing you know what to expect from her is she always fires against these type of horses, hits the board a lot, but is still a maiden. This will be her 20th start and will most likely be in the top 3 or 4 again today. But do you have any faith to win when she's 0 for 19? Well, eventually she's going to get the kind of trip in the field that she's going to beat. Maybe today's the day, but you can almost count on her maybe finishing 3rd or 4th against this group. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 9 minutes to post.
Second race, 7, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, maiden claimers 5,000 the level. Number 1, Frankie C, now 3 pounds over the weight. Race 2 will start the early pick 3. A little more than 5 minutes until post time. Here's the field. Number 1, Frankie C, Juan Diaz, once again now 3 pounds over. 2 is Alara, Stephen Frett. 3 is Scouting Party, Jeremiah Flores. 4 is Barbara Spirit, Caber Koa. Next will be 5, Indian Penny with Jose Baez. Dylan Clark represented with both the 2 and the 5. Current favorite is 6, Don's Last Call, 2-1, Kevin Navarro. And 7 is Canceled Captivity with Rafael Rohina Jr. Seven, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, our second race in about 5 minutes. Second race at 1 mile and 70 yards. 1, 3, 4, and 6 all come out of the same affair. Kind of a roughly run affair. You know, Barbara Spirit was making a nice move. Didn't really have anywhere to go. Then went to the inside and absolutely slammed Don's Last Call. 6, Don's Last Call, I think, was traveling the best of all. Now gets back to the added real estate. Don's Last Call must think Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack is all about the WWE. She has been here on 3 occasions, and it has been rough each and every go. Bothered at the 5/16, or bothered at the 15/16. That's shortly before the 7/8. And she lost the jockey, Kevin Navarro, in her initial start here at Finger Lakes. Next start, stumbled at the start, blocked at the 3/8. Last time broke slow and got slammed along the inside. This filly's like, what are you doing to me, Aquilano? The estate of Don Ogden. Don's Last Call, maybe with a clean trip this afternoon. She's the one to beat. I'll make her my top pick. We're getting a decent 2-1. That's good enough value for me with this one. She was the best, in my opinion, if you watch that replay of the 13th of September affair. Scouting Party and Barbara's Spirit, both pretty equal. You know, Barbara Spirit looked like she was making a solid move and then went to the inside and caused all of the trouble. Scouting Party was forwardly positioned in front of both of the 4 and the 6. Now we're going to stretch out. You know, Scouting Party did make the pace in her initial 2-turn affair on the 30th of August. I think she's worthy of a look. If you're going to get off the 6, maybe the 3 is the one to look at. You could also say the same thing for the 4, Barbara Spirit. I put her in the 4th spot. How about the 2, Alara? You know, sometimes we're supposed to go finding somebody that hasn't been coming out of the similar race. As I mentioned, all 4 of them, the 1, 3, 4, and 6, come out of the same affair. Maybe we are supposed to go shopping for somebody from a different race. That would be Alara. Alara's taking the blinkers off. This is her 20th career start. She's been given quite some time off for this start. She's been away nearly 6 weeks. She has a maintenance move in between, and one of these days she can break through, perhaps today at 6-1. Let's check out the board. Right now it's the 3, Scouting Party. Should be noted 6, Don's Last Call. I did see front bandages on in the post parade for whatever that's worth. 6, Don's Last Call, still my top selection. 6, 3, 2, 4 here in race 2, starting the early pick 3. A little more than a minute until race 2. It's post time for the second race. 6 Don's Last Call, a 9-5, a 3 Scouting Party 5-2, a 4 Barbara Spirit, a 7-2, then the 2 Alara at 5-1. 7, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, maiden claimers, 5G's the level. Frankie C, the first one in. Here is Alara. The most experienced maiden, making her 20th career appearance. The blinkers off this afternoon. There's Scouting Party. Next will be a Barbara Spirit. Next will be the other Dylan Clark, a trainee. That's Indian Penny. The favorite, Don's Last Call, and Canceled Captivity will be the last of 7. Ready for action. And there they go. From the inside, Alara is quickly into stride. Also up close, Frankie C, Scouting Party. Barbara Spirit's trying to be under a stronghold. From the far outside, it's Canceled Captivity. Don's Last Call comes away in good order. Racing with her is Indian Penny. So it is Alara, the most experienced maiden, removing the blinkers, making the pace from Frankie C. Scouting Party's third, Barbara Spirit's fourth. Canceled Captivity's in the 5th position, little less than 4 off the lead. About a length and a half or so back to Indian Penny. And Don's Last Call tries to pick up her stride from the extreme outside. She's making a move after the 4th position from the far outside. So it is Alara all alone with the lead. And here comes Don's Last Call, now vying for second from the extreme outside, covering Scouting Party. Frankie C, Barbara Spirit, Canceled Captivity. That group of 3 are 3 off the lead. And they're about 2.5 or 3 in front of Indian Penny. 24 and 4, 50 and 4/5 the half. Alara, Don's Last Call from the outside, continues with her nice run. Scouting Party is third. Canceled Captivities in the 4th spot. Then Barbara Spirit, Indian Penny, and Frankie C. Alara still with the lead. Don's Last Call, the threat to the outside. And here's Canceled Captivity showing some progress. Canceled Captivity with a nice move to the outside, ready to join the leaders. Canceled Captivity, Alara. Don's Last Call now under a little bit of pressure from the rail, Frankie C. Then we're going to Barbara Spirit. Canceled Captivity's up to the front. Canceled Captivity at the 8th pole. Alara still fighting on. Frankie C from the inside. Barbara Spirit to the outside. Canceled Captivity will win it under Rafael Rojita Jr. And the 2nd spot was Alara. Then we go to Barbara Spirit, and Frankie C finished 4th. $149 and 29/100ths. Somewhat of a shocker here. Canceled Captivity. Thought her odds would be a little higher. She is a 5-1 in the wagering. 2nd place, number 2, Alara. 3rd place, number 4, Barbara Spirit. 4th place, 1, Frankie C. Please hold all tickets. Second race is official, 7241. Canceled Captivity. 3-year-old chestnut filly by Palace Malice out of the Dam 2 Hearts. Owned by Nancy McCabe. Winning trainer is Marissa Manzarati. Winning jockey, Rafael Rohina Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Saratoga Glen Farm LLC along with Joseph Pacozzi. A 1-7 early double, $77. 7-2 exacta from the second race. That is good for $66. 7-2-4 trifecta, $204. 10-cent super, 7-2-4-1. $190.75. Pick 6 gets underway in race 3. Number 7, Ida Denial, a 1 pound over the weight. Our third race is in about 21 minutes, 2:17. Changes in the pick 6. Fourth race scratch is 1A Fighter Kite and 2 Casual Kitten. Fifth race scratch 5 Profitability. 8 That Works, a jockey change to Juan Diaz. Let's go to race 6, scratches 7 and 8, My Little One, and Vroom Vroom. Seventh race, plenty of scratches. 1 Kazando, 1A English Laughter, 3 Kodiak Brown, 6 This Cat Can Fly. 1A, 3, and 6 all out of the 7th. Caber Cohen, new jockey 7 Masetta. And we go to the nightcap and scratch 10 Foot Traffic. 2:17 is the post time for the Wednesday pick 6.
All right, $1 pick six starts in the third, and that was Cancel Captivity. Rafael Rohina Jr. for Marissa Monserrati and Nancy McCabe. Congratulations to Nancy McCabe. She gave you the program that had the winner in it. That one got the victory. $12.80 winner, Cancel Captivity, who drew away from that field. Third race goes the distance of 5 furlongs. It is for 2-year-old fillies. Again, we start that $1 pick six, and it's a tricky race, but you know, you got the horse that's got some experience with the one. She's a Bernardini. Ran into that My Bronx Baby horse that looked pretty good in victory. Lost by over 8 lengths in that race as the favorite, but that one was pretty impressive. The last race was the winner won pretty handily too, and she wasn't that badly beaten in a sense because the race went under a minute. Every race that she's been in for 5 furlongs has been under a minute, so maybe she'll catch a field that she could be the one today after a couple straight second place finishes. An obvious threat in here off of the last couple efforts. The 6 horse is getting some play. You got a couple firsters in here. Nicolina P, this one out of a dam that won as a 2-year-old, is actually a half to Street Cop Officer, horse that runs long here at Finger Lakes and runs pretty decently here at Finger Lakes as well. Would expect this horse to be a little better going long, but maybe the touts are out as she's taken some early play at odds of 6 to 5. The 2, another firster is Tamaki, make sure I say that one correctly, Tamaki, who is out of Ante Up My Friend. This is the second foal out of an unraced dam. The half of this one was Mariachi, did win as a 2-year-old, has a decent record. The dam is a half to a couple good ones, including multiple stakes winner, Oli's Dreaming, the sire, a Derby winner. So you got some good breeding on Tamaki for the Bromans. 5 to 1 is getting a little bit of play for her first career start, certainly playable. The other firster that has a look would be the 8, Dr. G and Alley, but she's not getting much for any early action. She's at odds of 22 to 1 for Linda Dixon. Out of Overdrive was the second foal out of that one, the first to race. And does have some good quick sprint breeding, although the works don't show that. She is by Bustin' Stones. See how she runs out of the box, but not getting any early action for that first-time starter. Right now, the co-favorites, actually, Nicolina P is 6 to 5 as the favorite. She's a Bernardini getting some play as well at odds of 9 to 5. This race starts the $1 pick 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available in here.
Coming onto the track for race 3, 2-year-old fillies made in special weights, a 5-furlong affair. Number 7, Ida Denial, a 1 pound over the weight. First leg of our pick 6. Dollar minimum wager, old school style pick 6, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field one. Shiza Bernardini, Emmanuel Diego, the favorite at 7-5. Number 2 is Tamaki Kaberkoa, one of 3 debutantes. 3 skip the parade. 4 is Flute Song, Jose Rohina, Marissa Manzorati looking for back-to-back training scores. On to the 5, Equanimous, Joel Cruz. 6 is Nicolina P, Jeremias Flores. Lots of tote support down to 2-1. She is another one of the debutantes. 7 is Ida Denial, Stephen Frett, 1 pound over the weight. There's the 3rd of the debutantes, the 8, Dr. G and Ali, Nazario Alvarado. Linda Dixon looking for 2 training scores on the Wednesday card. And skipping the parade at number 3, Miami Twofer, Jackie Davis looking for a riding double. 8 2-year-old fillies made in special weights to kickstart the Wednesday pick 6, and post time is in about 4 minutes. One, Shiza Bernardini is the one to beat. She is making her 4th career start, a good second. She is improving with each and every start, and no question about it, the race probably goes through her, and rightfully so. She should be the short price favorite. I will try to spring the upset with the 3, Miami Twofer, who raced against Shiza Bernardini on the 28th of August. And I know Shiza Bernardini easily handled Miami Twofer that particular day, but it should be noted that 3, Miami Twofer was making her 1st career start. She drew the disadvantageous Rail. Rail is always a tough spot for young horses. Now, granted, she did not have to negotiate the 6-furlong shoot, but still, it can be a tall task for young horses that can get intimidated along the inside. I thought she ran a very even 4th in her debut run. The gallop out wasn't too bad. I love the work since. Look at that bullet work, or the second work, second fastest that morning. 48 breezing out of the gate on the 16th of September. I'm going to try to spring the upset with Miami Twofer with a much better post and racing under her belt. You know, Shiza Bernardini was making her 3rd career start that day on the 28th of August, so she had a lot of foundation and a lot of racing, afternoon racing edge over Miami Twofer. Maybe Miami Twofer can turn the table. Shiza Bernardini obviously makes a lot of sense. The board reflects that. She's even money. She has improved in her 3 career starts, finishing 9th in her debut in a 5-furlong tough race at Belmont on the turf. Her 2 races here at Finger Lakes have been pretty good. A beaten favorite to My Bronx Baby, who looked very good winning on the 1st of August. My Bronx Baby, a stablemate to Miami Twofer. Recently, like I said, she finished in front of Miami Twofer on the 28th of August. She ran the best race, and she deserves to be the favorite. Another one worth a little bit of a look is the 4, Flute Song. Flute Song showed good speed in her debut run. I know the interior fractions weren't the quickest of all, 22 and 4 and 47, but she had to learn a lot from that effort. She was on the far outside, a much better post this afternoon. Perhaps she gets brave up front and can improve off that debut run. We just saw Marissa Manzorati get to the winner's circle in race 2. Maybe she makes it a double. 3-1-4 in race 3, starting our pick 6. The fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race. 2-year-old fillies arriving at the starting gate, maiden special weights. First leg of our Wednesday pick six. Heavy favorite as expected. The one, she's a Bernardini. 1-2 in the wagering. 8 2-year-old fillies arriving at the gate. Here is the favorite. She's a Bernardini. She is the most experienced 2-year-old in this affair, making her 4th career start. There are 3 debutantes, the 2 Tamaki, the 6 Nicolina P, and the 8 Dr. G and Ali. Tamaki is in. Miami Twofer moving forward. She is the second choice at 5-1. Miami Twofer is in. Next will be Flute Song. Marissa Manzarati looking for back-to-back training scores. Next, one of the long shots, Equanimous. Nicolina P. Took a lot of early money in the wagering, has drifted up more to that morning line. And a couple to load, Ida Denial and Dr. G and Ali, the third of the debutantes. 1-2, she's a Bernardini. Ida Denial is in, Dr. G and Ali to the outside. Ready for the 2-year-old fillies, ready for the Wednesday pick six. Flute Song rearing up. No damage done. Just about set. And there they go. Quick start, Miami Twofer. She has the lead from the inside. Tamaki, Dr. G and Ali showing good speed from the far outside. She's a Bernardini, has to bide her time with her rail positioning. Flute Song and Equanimous advance to her outside. Nicolina P is second last, and Ida Denial is the last of all. And Miami Twofer means business in her second look. She's the speed at the 3/8. Here's Equanimous with a nice run to the outside. Dr. G and Ali's back to third. Tamaki's in the 4th spot. She's a Bernardini. Finally gets away from the rail, and now she begins to lengthen her stride noticeably. She's going to stride into third from the outside, closing after the top 2. Miami Twofer. Equanimous tackles her to the outside. Miami Twofer still with something left. Equanimous testing her to the 8th pole, and she's a Bernardini continues to close in under left-handed urging to the outside, and she has momentum. Here comes She's a Bernardini to tackle Miami Twofer. She's a Bernardini, front and center. Equanimous in a photo for second with Miami Twofer. Tamaki checked in 4th. Nice ride by Emmanuel Di Diego. He had to abide his time with that awkward rail positioning. Once he was able to get her away from the inside, she lengthened her stride noticeably and came with a strong run in the final furlong. There were a few anxious moments for the 2-5 favorite, but once in the clear, she leveled off very nicely and wins going away. 1 minute and 74 100ths the final time. It got very tight for second and third. Second place 5, Equanimous. Third place 3, Miami Twofer. Fourth place number 2, Tamaki. Race 3 is official. 1-5-3-2, top 4 finishers. Here is She's a Bernardini making her way into the winner's circle. A 2-year-old Bay Filly by Bernardini and of the Dam Charismata, owned by Neil Allred, Jesse Engelhart, and Dan Langley. Winning trainer is Jeremiah Engelhart. A very patient ride by the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. Winner was bred in New York by Bill Terrell, Boyd Browning, and it looks like Godolphin. 7-1 double, $24.80. A 1-5 exacta, $19.20. 1-5-3 trifecta, $16.12. The 10-cent super, $11.52. Pick 5 gets underway in the fourth race. A couple of scratches, 1A Fighter Kite and 2 Cashel Kitten. Post time in about 21 minutes at 2:47.
Pick 5 starts in race number 4. No big surprises in the third. She's a Bernardini. A little bit of a troubled trip. Got shuffled back, but still had enough late to get up and get that win. Emmanuel Di Diego for trainer Jeremiah Engelhardt. Really short price. Got hit late down to 2 to 5. Starts the pick 6. Fourth race, we scratched both the 1A and the 2 Cashel Kit, and that does affect the pace scenario here. Not a lot of speed left in this race. Only 2 horses really getting bet, and that's Tunnel Vision, the 4, and the 5, Matt Doyle. I think Escape Mission kind of plays a little bit too because of the scratch. But Tunnel Vision, off of a dominant victory last time to break his maiden against special weights, that was at the same distance of 5.5. Obviously wasn't the greatest of fields, but he still looked very professional in victory. Looked like the winner throughout the race. You knew the horse was going to just draw away at some point, and did. The race before had to run into Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie, obviously a stakes horse. He's won 3 in a row by many. So he was Tunnel Vision was obviously a standout in that race as it was. A little tougher today going against winners, but he'll be close up with Escape Mission, and he'll get first run on Matt Doyle, who looks like the main threat. And they're both at 6 to 5, but Matt Doyle's had some horrible racing luck in some of his recent starts, especially the race against Sorpreso back on August 28th. Say Sorpreso, Klingman ended up winning the race, but Sorpreso probably got the worst of it, but Matt Doyle had to check as well. Both of them came flying late. The race before, he checked early in the race, probably could have claimed foul, but didn't. He ended up finishing off the board that day as well. But maybe a better racing luck today could get him to the winner's circle. Escape Mission really steps up because of the scratch of Cashel Kitten. He might be the one to control the pace here from the outside. He was in a pace duel last time, but it went relatively slow and still collapsed as Klingman, the closer, won the race. And, of course, some of the other ones had trouble and still closed. It's Lieutenant Sam ended up winning the battle, but it wasn't like they went that quick anyway. But no real big pace threats inside of Escape Mission, so maybe he could control things and could be dangerous. He's the longest shot on the board right now at odds of 11 to 1, and he's got a tactical edge. Unless 30 Oysters, horse that adds blinkers, may flash some speed, a little more speed from inside of him. So that could be a possibility, which would hurt his chances that way. The scratch the 1A, Flater Kite, and we do scratch the speed, the 2, Cashel Kitten.
On the track for race 4, 3-year-olds and up now, winners of 2 races. Claimers 11-9, 5.5 furlongs, couple of scratches, 1-8 Fighter Kite and 2 Casual Kitten. First leg of our Wednesday pick 5. Here's the group. 130 Oysters, Christian Navarro. Number 3 is Lucky Mucho Man, Jeremiah Flores. 4 is Tunnel Vision, gunning for 2 in a row. Jose Rojina, the favorite at even money. 5 is Matt Doyle, Jackie Davis looking for 2. And 6, Escape Mission, Michael Davila Jr., Escape Mission looking for 2 out of 3. Just a field of 5 to commence the Wednesday pick 5. A little more than 4 minutes until post time. Couple of important scratches, especially with Casual Kitten, who would have been my top selection here. Not a lot of pace on paper. Could see Escape Mission getting to the front. He could be dangerous with his outside post. Almost picked him first. Kind of wish I would have now, looking at the board at 11-1. There's not much speed in this race. You know, I guess Tunnel Vision probably could be equally as quick as Escape Mission. That's why I've landed on the 4 Tunnel Vision. The strength of his 2 maiden special weight races. Even though he was defeated nearly 12 lengths, the rival is a up-and-coming monster named Jack and Bernie. So that race is better than you would think. He came out of that affair and just cruised, winning by nearly 6. Look at the tactics. I could see a similar trip. Maybe he's just quick enough to take it to Escape Mission. Maybe Jose Rojito will be confident enough to just let him sit second and stalk Escape Mission and open up. The interesting part of this race is, why isn't John Davila Jr. aboard Tunnel Vision? Jose Rojina is a very, very good jockey, no question about it. But John just won in the maiden special weight race. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but we'll take it. Tunnel Vision at the short price of 3-5. Do not like the price by any means. You know, here's a horse who just won a maiden special weight race by nearly 6 lengths. You think an allowance N2L would be definitely in order. So the class drop to 11 is somewhat concerning. 6, Escape Mission. I'll tell you what, fans, here's a horse offering a little value on the board. He's 8-1. He could be the speed. Look at his race 3 back, where he gets half a length off a 22-1. Thereafter, he makes the pace going 22-2. He's got the outside post. Maybe he gets brave up front. Escape Mission offering a little value. Then you get the 5, Matt Doyle. Not sure what to do with Matt Doyle. I'd like to see him revert to the tactics which had him winning his maiden special weight race. He was up close to the pace. I know the pace was soft, 23-47. With the similar pace projections here in race 4, you could see him sitting 3rd, maybe 3-4 lengths off. He's been coming from a little bit farther out of it. I don't think that's been helping him. Like to see him stay a little closer if he can. 4-6-5, very short price with Tunnel Vision. An interesting price on Escape Mission. We'll see how the 4th plays out starting our Wednesday pick 5. Entering the gate. It's post time for the fourth race, the start of our Wednesday pick 5. Number 4, Tunnel Vision at even money. The 5, Matt Doyle at 8-5. Lucky Mucho Man is in. 30 Oysters joins him in the starting 8. Here is Tunnel Vision off the maiden special weight score. Next will be Matt Doyle. Earlier this season, he captured a maiden special weight race himself. And then Escape Mission will be the last of the quintet. Tunnel Vision was in, backed out of his respective post, reloading the favorite. Here's Matt Doyle. We'll see if Matt Doyle can stay relatively close in this short-sized field. And here is Escape Mission to the outside. They're at the post. And there they go. Pretty good start for the quintet. In fact, they're across the track. Escape Mission picking it up from Tunnel Vision. 30 Oysters showing pace. Lucky Mucho Man is in the 4th position, and Matt Doyle's at the back. He's 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. Escape Mission, Tunnel Vision, 30 Oysters showing speed from the rail. These are the 3 vying for the top spot, separating themselves by nearly 6 lengths to Lucky Mucho Man. And at the tail is Matt Doyle, a good 8 lengths from the front. Escape Mission and Tunnel Vision kick away together from 30 Oysters, separating by nearly 3 lengths. And Matt Doyle's beginning to lengthen his stride. He's ready to make a move into 4th with momentum, getting within 5 lengths at the quarter pole. He's outside of Lucky Mucho Man. Tunnel Vision has the lead. Escape Mission can't go with him. Matt Doyle could be the late threat with this big circling move. Tunnel Vision has the lead, comes under some right-handed urging. He's trying to seal the deal at the 8th pole. Matt Doyle has all the momentum with Lucky Mucho Man from between runners. Here's Matt Doyle to the outside, and Lucky Mucho Man in a tight spot, and he's going best. Lucky Mucho Man. Lucky Mucho Man from Matt Doyle. Tunnel Vision, Escape Mission checked in 4th, and 30 Oysters. Nine to 1 upsetter, Lucky Mucho Man. He and Matt Doyle came a-calling on Tunnel Vision. The final running time, 1 minute 5 and 76/100ths. Make sure to hold all tickets. Still need the photo for the victory. Number 3, Lucky Mucho Man first. Second place 5, Matt Doyle. Third place 4, Tunnel Vision. Fourth place 6, Escape Mission. Lucky Mucho Man's in the winner's circle. 4-year-old Obey Gelding by Mucho Macho Man out of the Damn Lucky Nancy E. Owned and trained by Ramon Vasquez. Winning jockey Jeremias Flores. The winner was bred in New York by Patricia Generazio. And race 4 is in the books, officially 3546. The double 1-3, $34.80. A 3-5 exacta, $51.50. 3-5-4 trifecta, $32. 3-5-4-6, 10-cent super, $10.62. 7-1-3 early pick 3, $93. 1 with 7 with 1 with 3, the early pick 4. Pretty good little payer, $374.50. Fifth race starts the late pick 4, scratch 5, profitability. Juan Diaz, new jockey 8, that works. 7 Holloway, 1 pound over, 20 minutes until the start of our late pick 4.
Get ready for race number 5. A little bit of an upset in the 4th race. Congratulations to Ramon Vasquez Sr. having a career year. He got the victory in race number 4. Starts off the pick 5 with a pretty good price. As a little bit of a pace duel occurred in that race. As Escape Mission not really able to clear for the lead. Tunnel Vision was just trying to hold the inside, but may have gotten softened up a little bit. And Matt Doyle hung a little bit, and Lucky Macho Man was able to get the right-guided trip to get the victory. So congratulations to the connections of Lucky Mucho Man, should say. 5th race starts the late pick 4, scratch the 5, Profitability. This is for 2-year-old maidens. And look at the board right now. Yeah, slight favoritism for the 4, Bold Force. Logical horse. He comes from Ellis Park and does have some really nice breeding and some class. You also got some first-time starters in here. The 2, Enticing Prospect, is at odds of 9-2. The Dam is a half to a couple multiple stakes winners, including Mr. Windjammer. If you remember, that one was a 4-time stakes winner here at Finger Lakes. It's a real nice horse. They only paid $5,000 for this. It was a wheeling, resold for $13,000 as a yearling. It's been working pretty well right along. Way back in June, worked a nice bullet in 35-1. He's got some decent works lately for 5 furlongs. Enticing Prospect getting a little bit of play at odds of 9-2. Bold Force has been facing so much tougher. Not really competitive against tougher, so it's tough to gauge how good this one is. Obviously well bred by Hard Spun, second full out of that Dam Scattered Rain. The Dam is a full to Daddy Longlegs, who won a couple Group 2s in England. They paid $30,000 for a yearling of this one. See if the easier competition will run a lot better in here. Getting a little play at odds of 2-1, deservedly so. Bet the Palace, the 6 horse. Yeah, it was 12-1 in his debut and ran kind of a non-threatening second in that race, but it was a decent effort. No match for Seminole Chief, who did run under a minute on that good racetrack. They didn't really go that fast up front, but he does. It was a decent effort. If none of these firsters have it, and he improves a little bit, he's could be in the mix here. He's 3-1 on the board off of the second place finish. Obviously, of the horses that have run, he's got the best finish, although Bold Facts running its better competition. The other first, we got the 3 horse, U Butte. This one more bred for the route, is a half to Bombshell, who was a stakes winner, but of course that one was routing. A little bit of turf in there as well, but U Butte not getting much for early play at odds of 10-1. It's a few of the contenders here for a pretty contentious 2-year-old event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5.
Race 5 features 2-year-olds made in special weights, a 5-furlong affair. A field of 8 with 7 wagering interests. Scratch 5 profitability. 1 Diaz, new jockey, 8 that work. 7 Halloway, 1 pound over. 6 of the 8 2-year-olds are all debuting. This is the first leg of our late pick 4. And post time in about 4 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Mulo Bello, Heman Harkey. Stablemate 1A Derby Child, Michael Davila Jr. 2 is Enticing Prospect, Caber Koa. Next will be number 3, U Butte, Jeremias Flores, looking for another winner. Just got there in the 4th with Lucky Mucho Man. All right, looks like the 4 has skipped the parade onto the 6, Bet the Palace, Emmanuel Di Diego. He and Bold Force are the only 2 with afternoon racing experience. The 7 is Halloway, Stephen Frett, 1 pound over. 8 that works, Juan Diaz picks up the mount. Skipping the parade was the 1A Derby Child, Michael Davila Jr., and the 4 Bold Force, Jackie Davis. Once again, 4 and 6 with the racing experience in the afternoon. The other 6 are debuting. Our 5th race begins the late pick 4. Well, I found this race to be very difficult to handicap. I leaned on the 6, Bet the Palace, with that race under his belt on the 11th of September. The winner came in from the Naira circuit for Jack Sisterson, Seminole Chief. Katie Davis was aboard that day, and that horse drew off like a good thing, winning by 8 lengths. Thought Bet the Palace ran a very credible debut run. Wasn't the easiest of trips. Not easy for 2-year-olds to try to do their best running from between horses, and that was the case for this one through the far turn. He showed a lot of professionalism, hanging in there and not shying away from horses to his inside and outside. Often the case with young horses. They can get a little intimidated and will back out of those respective spots. So I was encouraged with what I saw from him. Perhaps he makes a forward move here in start 2. And I'll make him my top pick at 5-2. 8 that works. I like the factor as a sire. Street Sense Dam. I will say this, that I'm a little concerned with the lack of activity in the month of September. Definitely saw the conditioner. And then the jockey this morning being Luis Perez, but now it's Juan Diaz, and now there's no works in September. So there is some conflicting info. Michael S. Ferraro's first-time stats, not the greatest, considering most of his numbers are very elevated. He only has an 11% win percentage in the racing form from a very, very small sample. Conflicting info on the 8, that works. Like I said, found this race very difficult, fans. 2 Enticing Prospects seems to make a little bit of sense. Some nice 3-furlong moves. Some decent 4-furlong moves. A couple of 49s, and then a good 101 and 2 out of the gate. Perhaps I should have this one in the second spot behind the 6, I should say. I've got 6-8-2 and a very difficult 2-year-old handicapping race, which will start our late pick 4. The 2-year-olds are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 5th race, field of 8-7 wagering interest. 6 of the 8 2-year-olds are debuting this afternoon. Bold Force and Bet the Palace with racing experience. Bet the Palace, the big favorite, at even money. Bold Force is 4-1. That works 9-2 from the outside, and then the Goodwin duo both 5-1. Also 5-1 Enticing Prospect. Here's Bold Force. Next will be Bet the Palace once we get Bold Force into his respective post. Slight hesitation. Now he comes forward. The favorite, Bet the Palace, 6-5 in the wagering. Emmanuel Di Diego got there earlier with the 2-year-old filly. She's a Bernardini. Buttes acting up. Jock has dismounted. It's Jeremiah Flores out of the saddle. Loading Holloway. Butte now settling down. Jeremiah's remounting. And the Goodwin duo. With That Works also behind the gate. So here's Mulo Bello. A lot of late money pouring in on Enticing Prospect. It was 4-1 just a few seconds ago. Now down to 9-5. Bet the Palace 2-1. That Works is in. And Derby Child will be the last of 8 to the far outside. Ready for the 2-year-olds. And there they go. From the inside, Butte quickly away. Also showing pace is Holloway. Bet the Palace is there. Enticing Prospect, part of the leader line from the rail. And Bold Force has the 5th position isolated, pursuing the 4 with 4 to find heading into the turn. Break of about 7 lengths to That Works in front of the Goodwin duo. Mulo Bello and Derby Child. Enticing Prospect, who took a big hit before the starting gate opened up, was 4-1, then bet down to 9-5, the leader midway through the turn. From the outside, races Bet the Palace. And up close is Butte. Holloway's trying to progress into the 4th position. After him, Bold Force. Enticing Prospect, looking professional at the 3/16, the one to come and beat. Bet the Palace pursues. Holloway's running a good one to the outside. Here comes Holloway. Holloway is closing in very nicely at a big number. Enticing Prospect is responding to the bid from Holloway. Enticing Prospect. Nice debut run from him. Likewise for Holloway. Bet the Palace 3rd. 4th place, Bold Force. Very professional victory, number 2, Enticing Prospect. Had some nice works on the paper. Lived up to it. Took a lot of the late money. This horse was 4-1 with a few of the horses already into the starting gate. Then went to 9-5 and 7-5 late. All the late money pours in on Enticing Prospect, and rightfully so. What about the effort from the 7, Holloway? Very good, outrunning his odds. 6, Bet the Palace the 3rd. 4th place, number 4, Bold Force. 2-7. 6-4, 2-7-6-4 unofficially in the 5th. Race 5 is official. 2764, 2764 on the board. Nice debut victory, number 2, Enticing a Prospect, a 2-year-old Abe colt by Enticed out of the Dam Ferrito. By Sandy Glen Stables. Bred in New York by Sandy Glen Stables. Winning trainer M. Anthony Ferraro. Winning jockey Kay Berkoa. $3-2 double, $66. 2-7 exacta. Get back to that payoff. $58.50 for that exacta. 276 trifecta, $43.75. 10-cent super, 2764, $40.85. 132 pick 3, $33.12. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. And 3:46 is the scheduled post time. 7 and 8 both scratched. My little one in Vroom Vroom.
In the paddock for race number 5 race number 6. And yeah, the figures don't lie and the works don't lie, as that was big effort by that winner. Enticing Prospect, nice works, and even going back to June, had a bullet and really ran to it, was able to get the early lead under Kiberkoa and win under M. Anthony Ferraro, race number 5. So we look at the 6, and Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race. We do have a couple scratches in here, My Little One, the 7, and the 8, Vroom Vroom, who looked like was going to be a big player in here. The 5, Northway, figures to get some action coming from Saratoga. Yeah, the last race wasn't too good for Northway. Was caught wide in that race in that $30,000 maiden claimer. So this should be a little bit easier facing the 11-9 maiden claimers here. Well bred out of a multiple stakes winner. This one's a half to Tis Time to Shine. That one won the 2014 Aspirant Stakes. Doesn't look like she's got much for early speed, but gets these, man, with that breeding, she's got to be considered right now at odds of 5-2. First time starter in here also has got to be considered, as you just saw an M. Anthony Ferraro firster win race number 5, the 2-year-old. Well, this one, Queen of Tuscanova, this one does have credentials as well. Yeah, she's starting at 11-9. It's not the most promising side, but maybe this is her proper place. This is the first foal out of that dam. The dam's a half to Dr. Shane, who won the New York Futurity as a 2-year-old back in 2015. So Queen of Tuscanova does show some pretty good works. This one, not a lot in here. Doesn't have to be much, but is getting some play, and that's a positive sign, getting the early action at odds of 5-2. Got a few drop downs in here, including the 3, Sassy Tallahassee. Hasn't been that badly beaten against special. He's actually ran for this tag back in August, on August 8th, and ran second that day to She's an Arctic Queen, who probably would beat most of these. So it did turn out to be a pretty decent race. Her other races against special weights have been very competitive, so she's got to be considered a threat in here, dropping down to face the 11-9s yet again. So she's currently at odds of 7-2. And the other one I considered was the 4, Our First Lady, another drop down. She does have the one good race going this distance back in July 18th. She ran behind a runaway winner, Maddie Surprise, who got away with some relatively easy fractions and won Gate to Wire. She made kind of a middle move and then just kind of flattened out. Her last 2 races, though, aren't as good, and that's why she takes the drop. But at the reduced level, she could come alive here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 6. You got about 7 minutes to post. We scratch the 7 and 8.
Three and 4-year-old filly, 6 furlongs, maiden claimers, 11 down to 9. Scratches 7 and 8, My Little One, and Vroom Vroom. First leg of our late pick 3. Field of 8 with 7 wagering interests. A little more than 5 minutes until post time. Here they are, number 1, Varsity Doll, Joel Cruz. 1A, Northumberland, Jose Rohina. Marissa Manzarati looking for a training double, 9-1 for her duo. 2 is a Funny Honey, Jeremias Flores looking for another score. Cabercoa looking for back-to-back winners. He pilots 3, Sassy Tallahassee. 4, Our First Lady, Christian Navarro. 5 is Northway, the favorite, 6-5, Emmanuel Di Diego teaming up with Jeremiah Engelhart. They got there earlier with Shiza Bernardini. Rafael Rohina Jr. had a winner earlier on the card. He's aboard the 6, Journey of 5. 7 and 8 both scratched. 9, Queen of Toscanova, Jackie Davis looking for another winner. M. Anthony Ferraro looking for back-to-back training victories. 8, 3 and 4-year-old fillies, 7 wagering interest. Race 6 starts our late pick 3 in about 4 minutes. 5, Northway, her race 2 back against maiden specials or maiden state bred 30s at Saratoga, a 3rd place finish that afternoon. It was over a sealed sloppy racetrack. Her debut run's pretty good back in February at Aqueduct, showing some pace, at least stalking the pace before tiring just a bit. She did receive a ton of tote support that afternoon. Blinkers come off this afternoon, drops in for 11. Jeremiah Engelhart very aggressively places his horses here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Maybe Northway, with not a lot of world beaters in this spot, can get to the winner's circle. Short price, though, at 6-5. 4, Our First Lady finally drops in for 11, a promising debut. She hasn't run much since then, although the race 3 back to Maddie's Surprise serves notice. Perhaps if she repeats that affair, she's one of the contenders. She's a good price at 8-1. I've always liked her. I loved her debut run. That race 3 back's pretty good. You're just not sure what you're going to get. Now she's in for 11. At least she's spotted correctly, according to her past performances, her running lines. She just hasn't been running too well. 3, Sassy Tallahassee. Here's another one out of the maiden special weight ranks. In fact, the time she was in for 11, she ran a distant 2nd. She does her best running from off the pace. She's got all sorts of races this year. Maybe she shows up with a big run on this class drop. She's currently 4-1. And then you get the 2, a Funny Honey, who debuted at Parks against maiden 25s in November as a 2-year-old. Came back to the races at Finger Lakes about a month ago against maiden special weights. Didn't run much. Now she's in for 11, perhaps with room to improve. She still is very inexperienced, so all sorts of room for improvement along the inside. Not in love with anything here in this spot, I have to admit that. Landed on the 5 just because it's Maya and Naira form. 5-4-3-2 here in race 6, starting the late pick 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here in race 6 on advice of the track veterinarian. Late scratch 9, Queen of Toscanova. 9, Queen of Toscanova is a late track veterinarian scratch. Refunds, win, play, show wagers, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagers. A refund of the double and the pick 3 starting here in race 6. Consolation version of the double that started in race 5. Concerning the pick 6, pick 5, and pick 4, you will automatically receive the post-time favorite. Late scratch 9, Queen of Toscanova on advice of the track veterinarian. The fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 6th. 5 Northway is the favorite. 6-5. 3 Sassy Tallahassee 2-1. Field of 7 with 6 wagering interests. Late scratch 9 Queen of Toscanova. Funny Honey is in. Here comes a Varsity Doll. 1 of 2 for Marissa Monzerati. 6-1 for her entry. Sassy Tallahassee, the second choice. Northway at 6-5. Sassy Tallahassee getting a little closer. 9-5 on the board. Our First Lady. Northway will be next. Two to load, Journey of 5 and Northumberland. Northumberland before Journey of 5. 6-5 Northway, 8-5 Sassy Tallahassee. Northumberland is in. And one more to load, Journey of 5. Journey of 5 is the big long shot, being led up to her respective post. Ready for the race. And there they go. Our First Lady, Journey of 5, the first 2 to show up. Funny Honey is showing good speed with Varsity Doll. They're going to pick it up together. Northway's in the 5th spot from the far outside, or is she from between gals? Actually from between gals. Sassy Tallahassee is about 6 or 7 from the leader, who is now Funny Honey, and no early pace from Northumberland at the back of the pack. So Funny Honey is the quickest of all, clearing away nearly 3 to Varsity Adal. Our First Lady's beginning to make her run. She races inside of Northway. They both have momentum at the 3/8. They're ready to gang up on Funny Honey. And Sassy Tallahassee's now hitting her best stride. She has 4 to find midway through the turn. Journey of Five's losing ground. Northumberland's taking closer order. Funny Honey still with the lead. Our First Lady makes her move to the outside, poking her head in front. And Northway is still in with a look from the far outside. After that, Sassy Tallahassee and Northumberland to the extreme outside. In the lane, Funny Honey repelling the bid of Our First Lady. Sassy Tallahassee now looms like one of the late threats, but Funny Honey still has the lead. Funny Honey chasing her, Our First Lady, Sassy Tallahassee. Funny Honey's getting tired, but the wire favors her. It is Funny Honey. Funny Honey hangs on. Sassy Tallahassee was gaining gradually. She just ran out of time. Then Our First Lady. 4th and 5th looked like it was between Northway and Northumberland. $114 and 81/100ths. Got a victory, Funny Honey. Our First Lady looked like she had her number, but Funny Honey found something from within and was able to get to the wire before plenty of her rivals. They were gaining gradually on her, but it is number 2, Funny Honey, the unofficial winner. 114 and 81/100ths the final time. All sorts of photos for the balance. Make sure to hold all tickets. Three, Sassy Tallahassee second. Third place, 4, Our First Lady. Fourth place, number 5, Northway. Funny Honey is in the winner's circle. 3-year-old at Bay Filly by Practical Joke out of the Damn Golden Mine, owned by Darlene Belinsky and Paul Barrow. Paul is the winning trainer. It's a riding double for Jeremias Flores. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Dr. Jerry Belinsky. Fans, you are reminded 9, Queen of Toscanova was a late scratch. Substitutions worked through 5, Northway. Race 6 is official, 2, 3, 4, 5. Prices, 2-2 double, $36.20. 2-9 consolation double, $4.60. 2-3 exacta, $40.20. 2-3-4 trifecta, $30. 2-3-4-5 10-cent super, $11.20. 7th race, a few scratches, that's for sure. 1, 1A, 3, and 6. So we have 4 scratches. 1, Cozando, stablemate 1A, English Laughter. 3, Kodiak Brown. 6, This Cat Can Fly. 1, 1A, 3, and 6, all out of race 7. Caber Cohen, you jockey 7, Masada. This race starts the late double, 22 minutes away at 4:18.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. It looked like a race that didn't have a lot of pace. Figured Journey of 5 to possibly show speed, but that one showed nothing. It was Funny Honey who busted out to the lead. It was great tactics because that one got loose. And once she got that clear early lead, she was not coming back, and the drop of glass back to the 11-9 certainly didn't hurt either. Jeremiah Flores for trainer Paul Barrow will start off the pick 3. Scratch. Got a bunch of scratches in this one. We scratched both parts of the one entry, Kazando and English Laughter. Scratched 3 Kodiak Brown and the 6, This Cat Can Fly. So a bunch of players scratched out of this race. We're left with 5 betting interests, and makes a pretty competitive race as well. You know, you got mandatory payout, who is almost the most predictable horse at the beginning of the race because you almost know the horse is going to get off slowly. The question is how badly he gets off, and can he still overcome it to beat these horses? That is the big question here, because he does look like the horse to beat, but the main issue is himself, the way he breaks out of the gate. Well, he overcame it last time to get the victory against an easier field. Well, it's not that much tougher today with a shorter field with the scratches, but he may not have a lot of a pace to close on, as the remaining 4 don't really have a lot of speed in this race either. You know, you got Feudal and Flat Bill have a little bit of early speed in here. Macetta also has some tactical speed. He's gotten some easy leads going a route before, so he may show some speed as well. And if Macetta gets out to the lead, Feudal won't be that far behind him because he's stretching out of sprints, and he's close up in the routes to some quicker fractions. And Feudal has shown that he can win at the level. He won in the 1-in-a-year condition back in June, defeating mandatory payout, and that's pretty key there. If he can repeat that effort where he beat mandatory payout, he's going to get first run on that rival, so he'll be close up with Macetta, maybe even on the pace with Macetta if that one isn't that aggressive early. That Feudal could have a little bit of an advantage in here getting that first run. The 2-horse is mandatory payout. Mentioned. It's all about the break here. He's better than these horses when he's on his game. If he broke, he probably would win pretty easy, but that's the problem. You can almost count on him not to break that well. He took the blinkers off 2 back, and you know, maybe that did him some good anyway, despite the bad starts. The only thing that kept him from winning that August 23rd race was the fact he had some traffic problems. Despite the bad break, he just got caught behind horses and was unable to have the clear run that Kingfish had. The other race, yeah, he won. I mean, it was an easier field last time. It was a pretty soft group. So he's going to have to be on his game if he has to overcome that bad break again, which almost expect him to do. I did lean towards Feudal as my top choice just because of what he did in the routes earlier this season. He's got the numbers to beat these, and he's got tactical speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. Really, the only other horse that's got speed is the 7, Macetta, and he usually stops in the routes. The 2-horse and the 5 was be the other one, Trivista. Trivista, though, might be up against it as well because he doesn't have much for any kind of early speed. He's going a little further here, a mile and the 16th, and maybe they'll come back to him anyway. He made up some ground in that August 28th race on Kazanda, as he was bet down to be the favorite that race. Then he tried a little bit tougher last time in that distance series race, and was, there's a mile and a quarter, so maybe he couldn't quite get that long a distance coming from an 11 post. So you almost got to forgive that effort a little bit for Trevista. The other rivals are Macetta and Flat Bill. I mentioned Macetta could be tough if he's able to clear for the lead, if he could control the pace, but he was a beneficiary of a couple slow paces back in July and August. They were tougher fields, though, that he was up against, and he drops back down to the 5,000 level, which makes him dangerous if he's able to clear for the lead and control the early pace. So an interesting 7th race. We start the late double, Exacta Try and Super Offered. Scratch both parts of the 1 entry and the 3 and the 6.
On the track for the 7th race, let's meet the field, beginning with 2 mandatory payout, gunning for 2 in a row, Joel Cruz. 4 is Feudal, Michael Davila Jr., the 10-year-old's looking for his 15th career trip to the winner's circle. 5 is Trevista, the 7-year-old's looking for his 10th career score, Heeman Harkey. There's Trevista. 7 will be Maceda, Cabercoa picking up the mount. 8 is Flat Bill, Rafael Rohina Jr. looking for a riding double. Flat Bill looking for his 10th career victory. Scratches 1, 1A, 3, and 6. Koa on the 7. 1 mile and 1/16. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races since January 27th. Or non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. This race starts the late double. All these scratches, and I see a bunch of horses who come from off the pace. Mandatory payouts, a late runner. Feudal likes to do his best running from off the pace, although he has been sprinting of late, so perhaps he'll be a little more forwardly positioned than he was in his earlier route races this season. Trevista is another horse who does his best running from far, far out of it. Flat Bill is a horse that has had success in the past from a stalking to a closing style. What I'm leaning towards is 7 Maceda, who could have a pace advantage. Here's a horse who was good enough to win the N2L and N3L races for $7,500 and $5,000 at Turfway Park. The Turfway Park form has traveled well here in the 2023 calendar year at all racetracks. This horse ran a pretty decent 4th in an 11-9 on the 19th of July, which was won by Coach Bahi. He had the lead at the top of the lane in a similar condition on the 14th of August before tiring. Looks like he got pressed a little bit that afternoon. Cabercoa picks up the mount. And this horse could be dangerous, dropping out of the state-bred condition for this $5,000 race. He's a 4-year-old in against a bunch of 7, 8, and 10-year-olds. A small-size field, a jockey who's very good with the pace in his when he has a pace advantage, when he's forwardly positioned. Why not Maceda? 5-2. I don't like the price, though. I like the 8-1 morning line a lot better. 5, Trevista's been facing better this season. He was good enough to run 3rd in a starter allowance at Thistledown. Before that, he won a very nice race at Mountain Air. Ran a credible 4th in a similar condition on the 28th of August. He's got all that foundation in his corner, exiting that 1.25 North Warning Series distance races. Now he's back in for 5. Ilmar Loaiza wins a lot of races, and he wins with horses at a decent price, although 5-2 probably due to the field size. 2 mandatory payout enters this affair on a sharp note. Feudal and English Laughter, who scratched out of this affair, beat him earlier this season. Mandatory payout didn't have the racing experience to start off the 2023 campaign, and being a 2-turn horse, it took him a few starts to get really geared up. His last 2 have shown noticeable improvement. Feudal could be a little sneaky. I liked him earlier this season when Koa was aboard on the 19th of June. He's coming out of sprint races, so perhaps he'll be a little bit more energized and into the race early. That might bode well for him with the small field and not an abundant amount of pace on paper. 7th race starting the late double, 7 Maceda, my top selection. About a minute until post time. It's post time for the 7th race. A field of 5 arriving at the gate. Mandatory payout, the favorite at 8-5, gunning for 2 in a row. He's the first into the starting gate. Feudal will be next. The 10-year-old is looking for his 15th career victory. There's Travista. He and Flat Bill both in search of their 10th career trips to the winner's circle. Macetta, the youngster. He's a 4-year-old in this spot. In against Elders. He's in against some grizzled veterans today. Here's Flat Bill to the outside. And there they go. And one didn't leave the starting gate. That was mandatory payout. Mandatory payout. Walked out of the starting gate. Ton of work to do. So Macetta's getting the pace to himself, and they are crawling up front. Flat Bill is second. Travista is third, then Feudal. And not sure what happened to mandatory payout. He did not leave the starting gate in a timely manner. At least he was slowly away, that's for sure. Macetta's the leader, and Flat Bill is up close. And here's Feudal on the stretch out, trying to stay close to the soft pace. They are crawling, 26-2. Unbelievably slow up front. Then mandatory payout and Travista now at the back. So it is Cabracoa and Macetta slowing this down as slow as they can. Flat Bill stays close from the outside. Feudal is third. Mandatory payout made a mess of the start. He has 5 lengths to make up, at the mercy of this soft pace as the top 2 are quickening. 51 3/5 for the half. Travista's at the back. Macetta, Flat Bill has stayed close. Mandatory payout, missed the start. He has a ton of work to do at the mercy of this pace. Then Feudal and Travista's at the back. It's Macetta, Flat Bill. Flat Bill looking for his 10th career victory, testing this 4-year-old Macetta to the quarter pole. Macetta and Flat Bill, and 3/4 1 in 116. Macetta has the lead, and Flat Bill's moving right alongside. Flat Bill and Macetta. Flat Bill pokes his nose in front. Macetta still with some fight, and despite the soft pace, Travista's picking up his stride, and Travista's only 5 off the lead. Macetta's trying to re-engage Flat Bill. Travista's running out of time. Macetta, Murph screaming his head off, and it's Macetta for the Murph. Flat Bill was second, Travista's third, then mandatory payout and Feudal. Wayne Sparling and Tim Murphy, you know when their horses are in contention turning for home. Stewards have notified me they're going to look at the start here, want to see what happened to mandatory payout. Stewards will be looking at the start. The photo for the victory, 149 3/100ths the final time. Once again, fans, stewards are looking at the start. They want to see what happened to the 2 mandatory payout. Make sure to hold all tickets. Seven is the winner, Macetta. Second place to the 8, Flat Bill. Third place, 5, Travista. Fourth place, number 2, mandatory payout. Inquiry signs off the board. The starting gate worked properly. A number 2 mandatory payout caused all of his own issues. Starting gate opened up properly. Inquiry signs off the board. Here's Maseda. Maseda is a 4-year-old big gelding by Japan out of the dam Watling, owned by Craig Benoit. The boisterous Tim Murphy, the winning trainer, the winning jockey, Caber Koa. That's another one for Caber this afternoon. Maseda was bred in New York by Stonewall Farm. Race 7 is official. 7-8-5-2, the double, 2-7, $51.50. 7-8 exacta, $54. 7-8-5 trifecta, $67.75. 10 cents super 7-8-5-2, $14.67. One more race to go on the Wednesday card. One more race in the work week. In the nightcap, scratch 10-foot traffic. 4:47 is the post time.
Getting ready to conclude this race week with race number 8. Just a reminder, we are dark the next few days. Next live day will be Monday. We have a stakes race on Monday. It features our top mare of last year, Gone and Forgotten. She won the Jack Better Be Right last year as well, so she'll be defending her title. Just won the Arctic Queen going short. This one's the route, so she's been very versatile. She's been good going long and short. Top mare as will be having some solid contenders in the Jack Better Be Right Stakes, which will be the feature race on Monday. Looking back at the 7th, what can you say? They absolutely walked on the front end. Feudal, don't know if he read the program as he was taken back. Masetta was able to really dictate the tempo in a big way. They went, 26 and 51, Flat Bill. Tried to stay out there with him, but Flat Bill is a horse that gets second a lot. Masetta in the perfect position to go gate to wire. The Murph gets the victory as Kyber Cole was the one who picked up that mount and goes gate to wire in an absolute crawl. Yeah, mandatory payout. Well, you get what you pay for with him. He breaks bad every time. Today he dwelt, so that behavior is getting worse. 8th race, the 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. Scratch the 10, foot traffic. And look at the board right now. Yeah, slight favoritism to the 5, Jackson Bay. He's questionable, but he does take a big drop in class. He's going route to sprint, turning big time back in distance to 6 furlongs. But he did run 4th against special weights going 3/4 earlier this year off of the layoff before trying to go long. He does seem like a horse that wants to go a little further. He doesn't have a lot of early speed, but this is a much reduced level, dropping all the way to the bottom out of maiden special weights, and figures to get a lot of play in here, and figures to be the favorite. He's currently at odds of 2-1. The 6, one for my brother, has got to be considered in here. He's not getting much for early action, but he wasn't that badly beaten for this condition when dropped in class. He wasn't faring too well in New York, and then the 11-9, so got the right spot last time, and ran a solid 3rd at odds of 4-1. Would expect his odds to be around there in this race. Goes a little further, going 6 furlongs, has a little bit of tactical speed to stay close, and hard not to see him in the try and super, but he is a little bit of a price on the board right now. Noah's Destiny, logical horse, is going to get play off the recent form. Ran 3rd, actually you could call it a key race. He ran 3rd behind Uncle Milty and Iron Horizon. Neither one of them put up big numbers in their next start, but they did win their respected races. That was over a good racetrack that he did finish 3rd, but he's been no worse than 4th since dropping to the bottom. So you got to think that he's one of the main players in the 8th. And then you got all the way on the outside, much like Jackson Bay, a horse dropping out of a maiden special weight all the way to the bottom, but coming out of route races. Talking about looking grand. He doesn't have any experience going 6 furlongs, and his form has gone awry the last 2, but maybe the class relief could help his chances as well. Post is no bargain, but looking grand. Dropping to 5 is another one to consider in today's last race. 8 minutes to post for the final race. Exacta try and super offered in race number 8. We scratched the 10, foot traffic.
One more race to go on the Wednesday card. The nightcap, 3-year-olds and up maiden claimers. 5,000 the level, a 6 furlong affair. Scratch 10 foot traffic, leaving us with a field of 10. A little more than 3 minutes until the nightcap. Here's the field. 1, Noah's Destiny, Jose Baez. 2 is Freud Eris, John Davila Jr. 3, Chasing You, Jackie Davis looking for another winner, looking to bookend our card. 4 is Watermelon Crush, Stephen Frett. 5 is Jackson Bay, Jeremias Flores looking for a 3-bagger. Jackson Bay's the favorite, 2-1 onto the 6. 1 for my brother, Joel Cruz. Paul Barrow looking for his second training score on the Wednesday card. 7 is Greek Easter, Heeman Harkey. 8 is Broadway Banker, Christian Navarro. 9 is Westworld with Dean Freites. And the 11, Looking Grand, Kevin Navarro. That's the field of 10, the nightcap in a little more than 2 minutes. 5, 6, 11, 1 for me. I saw that Dave Mattice had it 5, 6, 1, 11, so I guess we're basically on the same page here in the nightcap. Jackson Bay all the way from maiden special weights to 5. I remember once upon a time he ran a very good second when sprinting. He's got a boatload of route races under his belt this season. Big class drop, Jeremias Flores with a hot hand looking for 3. 5, Jackson Bay, my top pick. 6, 1 for my brother when dropped in for 5. Ran the best race so far of his career. A good third, a length and a half behind Iron Horizon. He obviously fits nicely for the 5K. I'll make him my second selection. 11 is Looking Grand. Kind of like Jackson Bay, been facing better, been in longer races. Unlike Jackson Bay, though, he's untested when sprinting. We'll see how he does. At least he's dropping to the bottom for his initial 6 furlong affair. And then the 1, Noah's Destiny. Noah's Destiny, his last 3 have been much improvement from the previous 3 to start the season here at Finger Lakes. A good third place finish to Uncle Milty. Both Uncle Milty and Iron Horizon have exited that 30th of August affair to find the winner's circle. That's always good when you got good company lines and you see the italics. Noah's Destiny, my 4th pick. 5, 6, 11, 1 in the Wednesday nightcap. A little more than a minute, the horses are making their way towards the starting gate for the Wednesday nightcap. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the Wednesday nightcap. 5 Jackson Bay at 2-1. The 1 Noah's Destiny 3-1. A field of 10 at the starting gate. Nobody's alive in our pick 6. We have a carryover into the Monday card at $2,316.47. 5 horses covered in the pick 5. 1, 5, 6, 7, and 11. 1, 5, 6, 7, 11. All covered. The other 5 would trigger a pick 5 carryover, $11,403.32. Simulcast wagering tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Live racing Monday, 1:15. Here's Watermelon Crush. The favorite, Jackson Bay. One for my brother will be next. There's Greek Easter. 3 to load, Broadway Banker, Westworld, and Looking Grand. Broadway Banker. He's in. 2 to load, Westworld, and Looking Grand. Looking Grand, the last of 10. 8 to 5, Jackson Bay. 7 to 2, Noah's Destiny. 9 to 2, Looking Grand. Ready for the Wednesday nightcap. I believe it's Broadway Banker acting up. Just about ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Greek Easter showing pace. Noah's Destiny fleet afoot. One from my brother proves to be the quickest from between runners. Chasing You as the 4th spot. Then Broadway Banker. And here is Jackson Bay striding into the 5th spot. A little less than 6 from One for my brother. Freud Eris races inside of Watermelon Crush. Looking Grand races with Westworld. One for my brother is a lonely leader. He builds up better than 3 to Noah's Destiny, flanked by Greek Easter. Chasing You is 4th. Jackson Bay makes a move for that spot. He's already under a drive heading into the turn. He's going to have to really go 6 lengths off the lead. At least he has that route foundation in his corner, and he's dropping in class. We'll see if he can make an impact in the final quarter of a mile. Another 7 to Watermelon Crush and Freud Eris. Westworld Looking Grand, not really doing much. Likewise for Broadway Banker. One for my brother. Noah's Destiny's waiting on deck with momentum. Here's Noah's Destiny. And Chasing You has a little bit of a look closing in. And Jackson Bay's now a little even paced. Can he pick his stride up? Noah's Destiny's up to the front. One for my brother with no response in return. Then Chasing You and Jackson Bay. Noah's Destiny in the nightcap. Chase and Hughes up for second, then one for my brother, and Jackson Bay finished fourth. One Noah's Destiny at 9-2. He's the unofficial winner in the nightcap. 113 and 82 100ths the final time. Three Chasing You. Made a move late trying to get second from one for my brother. We know Jackson Bay, the 5-horse, checked in fourth. There we go, 1365 in the nightcap. Hold all tickets. Noah's Destiny, his 9th career start. We'll get him to the winner's circle here momentarily. Noah's Destiny, he's a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Union Jackson out of the dam Vicky Valancourt, owned by Bobo Racing Group. The natural Dylan Clark's the winning trainer, winning jockey Jose Baez. The winner was bred in New York by Sequel Stallions and New England Breeding. Nightcaps in the books officially at 1365. 7-1 late double, $60. 1-3 exacta, $145.50. 1-3-6 trifecta, $221.75. 10-cent super, 1365, $156.40. 271 late pick 3, $145.50. 2-5 with 2 with 7 with 1, that late pick 4, $379. Look at the pick 5, 3 with 2, 5 with 2 with 7 with 1, 5, $11,403.25. Better than $11K for that Wednesday pick 5. Nobody with 6, 5 out of 6, $128.50. There's that carryover into the Monday card, $2,316.47. Better than $2,300 for Monday's pick 6. 115 first post for the Monday opener. FingerLakesGaming.com. Go to FingerLakesGaming.com, click on the racing tab, and scroll on down to free digital program. Monday's programs should be up around 6 o'clock. All sorts of great amount of time to get those pick 6 tickets ready. All right, fans, that's it for this Wednesday program. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.